5 seasons.
No look, Gibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
Boom with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Was trying to do the predictor. We knew it was going to rain yesterday, and it rained some during the day, and it was kind of like a little smattering. And we have a couple different routes that we like to walk every day, and it was just my son and I yesterday. And I was probably almost to the farthest point away that I could be from the house, and then just boom, just completely dumped on us. Like if you, I usually wouldn't go out to walk in the rain. I'm not bothered by it, but it's a little weird to start something knowing you're going to get rained on. But I knew there was a potential. I was prepared for it, but you're out and then you're just like, oh man, I am literally the farthest part away from the house. Well, we're just going to get wet. That was the case. Didn't time that very well. I remember a time, I think I said this story before. I was a kid. I used to, anytime I had extra time as a kid, just go to the park and shoot baskets, play. And Chris, it was just absolutely dumping, just pouring rain, which didn't happen that much in Irvine and Orange County. But I was at the local park that I always went to, Daybreak. Shout out Daybreak. And I'm out there just shooting hoops by myself in the pouring rain. I remember this van pulls up and he's like, "Hey kid, what are you doing? It's pouring." And I'm like, "I know." And that was our discussion. It's like, I appreciate the concern, I guess, but what I was already wet. Like at that point.
Isn't that weird that was a day when adults could just like
kind of say that to you?
They were like ahead of you as kids.
Yeah. And maybe
like they were like, if your parents weren't there, the next adult was supposed to be your parent figure.
Yeah, they were like, "I'm going to adult for you and be," but I don't even know what. I mean, I think the cautionary tales, like, "What are you doing?" Like, "Go home," maybe was the tone. But when it didn't just start raining, it had been raining like that, to the point where like the ball would splash because there's just wet on the court, and it was an outdoor court, and it didn't seem to bother me because I was getting my shots up. Had to get ready for my NBA career. Still working on that. Would that not happen now? I don't know. I think people just leave more people leave people alone. I guess, unless
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a family
if I knew the
member.
kid, hey, what are you doing?
It's like a neighborhood kid. Then you probably say their name. It's like, hey,
not even a neighborhood kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then how would you know the kid?
Like seeing them around the neighborhood.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but you don't know, but you don't know them.
Not to the same way. I mean, I wonder if, that has definitely changed, I would say, over the years. Like, hey, I mean, how much time did you spend alone as a kid? Like, if your parents were ever gone, was that like normal thing or fine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, it's funny that your generation was just like, hey, if there's an adult, listen to them. And my generation was never talk to an adult you don't know.
Yeah, I think about my mom and my stepdad went on a trip when I was in high school. So I mean, I was
party at my parents' house.
I was a junior. Yes, I was a junior. So was that 16-ish, 17-ish? It depends what time
16.
of year. They were gone for 6 weeks.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 6 weeks. You believe that? And
that is wild. Wait,
yeah.
So who was at the house?
Me.
Just you?
Yeah. And it's like, I'm trying to think if my older brother was in college. Yeah, for the most part, just me. And sometimes I had a stepbrother that could come through, my stepsister. Yeah, but it's pretty much just me at the house.
What do you remember? Like what time of the year this was?
Oh, it was definitely during school.
Wow. So you're just like getting up. Are you driving to school?
Or walking or riding my bike.
Oh, okay.
Or I didn't have a car at 16. No. I anything. You know what? If they left and I don't know if I had my license yet. I guess is what I'm thinking of, because I remember getting my license right away at 16, which is also a thing now that people just seemingly don't do. But I just couldn't wait to drive any car. Like, oh, Mom, can I use your car? Sure. Where are you going? I just wanted to have. I don't even know if I had a plan. It's like, I get to drive a car. This is so fun. So if they were gone, I would have been able to use a car, but I don't remember if I was 16 yet. So I might have been.
Man, you must have been a pretty good kid.
For the most part. But then there was one time, like I think we had a, card part, like we were playing cards, my friends and I, we do that a lot. And, we were I would say pretty innocent kids. And we were doing that one time at the house. So we were technically, I guess, gambling. Everybody would bring like a change cup and we're playing, whatever games we were playing with cards. And then I think there was another weekend. I'm like, yeah, we can do that again. And then before you know it, like there are like seniors and there are other people coming in. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. So like, that's where other people spread the word. You're like, no, this is not cool. And nothing really happened. But that I remember freaking me out. Like, nope, no
party
more.
at my parents' house.
Not happening. Not going to do this. Cause I told you this, and I think we brought this up. And I think this was a good analogy. What did we land on, Chris, between me, you, and Dave about kind of the perception of like if we were all together, if we were all in high school, what would happen? Like, to me, I would
remember this.
Well, no, I think we talked about like I would always be the one in the thing, whatever it was, but would never get in trouble. I had
yeah.
I had a knack for like, well, Jason probably didn't do it. It's like, well, I kind of did, but I just didn't get in trouble. And I wasn't really a troublemaker, but like
because it was so rare.
Yeah, but I mean, and I would never do anything that would be like, okay, that's like dangerous or really harmful or just completely stupid. But it might be whatever. Like, hey, you guys are the three of us are in the back of the class and we're all talking, and they'd be like, quiet, Chris, Dave, and it's like, and I was talking too.
Yeah.
That would be something that would happen to me. Yeah. Like, I don't know, just had that either a look about me or just people like, oh, he didn't do it. I'm like, well,
this might surprise you, but a lot of the time when I was getting told by the teacher to stop talking, it would be like, I would say something and the teacher would be like, okay, Chris.
Yeah, no, that does not surprise me.
Like me and Damien's experience, that was most of me and my teacher's experience.
Just the, oh my God.
The one I said when with my teacher, when I had that black eye and he pulled me aside, like, everything okay? And then like I explained what happened. Okay, Chris.
They're like, when is this class over? When is
like,
when is
I
he
think
graduating?
a lot of it was like, I didn't do anything bad. I didn't do anything wrong. It was just weird. So it's just like, they don't know what to say about it. It's not like, so like, hey, don't do that again. Or why did you do that? It's just like, well, okay.
Yeah. Is he out of this school yet? When are we done with this kid? I mean, the stuff you've told me that you did at your school and different stories is, you would have been, if I was a younger teacher, I'm like, this kid's kind of fun and funny, but also I'm like, oh man, when is he gone?
Yeah, you explained it perfectly.
Yeah, I can't wait to, but I feel like your teachers would have good stories about you. Like, I wonder how they tell the stories.
Yeah, that is true.
Because we all have our perception of how things went, but like, did you always, I didn't have that many teachers that I go, oh, teacher X in the 10th grade made the biggest difference. I just didn't. And there was nothing wrong. My teachers were all fine. But some people have that. Like that was the teacher that I wanted to become a writer because they pushed me, and I just didn't have anybody like that for me per se. But I wonder if any teachers still talk about you or Dave or me, or just I don't know if that's like
we had
their
such
stories.
a small school. What's weird, I've actually met up with teachers. Like I met up with some they were there for like a couple of years, and then they moved away, and then they were visiting town, and like I through like Facebook and stuff connected with them, like, oh, let's go get breakfast someplace.
Yeah.
And they were like such young teachers, and it was like, wow, we're kind of the same age.
That's the weirdest thing I think about growing up. Like the age, when you're younger, age seems so. I mean, I remember when my parents were turning like 40 and then 50. I'm like, they're 100. I mean, it just seemed so old. Or if you're, when I was playing sports and you'd have maybe a younger coach, but you didn't know what younger man. Everybody was older than you.
Yeah.
I'm like, this guy's he's a man, and they might have been like 25, and you're 17. But it just seemed like, oh, they're grown up. They've got their life all figured out. Like it's a weird age then. And then now you can be like, someone could be 10, 15 years apart as you get to 30, 40, 50. You're like, yeah, that's no big deal.
Isn't it weird? You think there's an age where like everything's figured out,
Mm-hmm.
and then you find out like,
I'm getting there.
I don't think that's ever coming.
I'm getting there. I think I'm going to find it and figure it out. But yeah, and then you had then there were probably teachers that weren't in the 20s to you that might have been like seemingly old, and you go, or if they, had gray hair earlier or whatever it might be. And then you found out later, like they were 38 or whatever it was. And it just, again, that age thing. But also when you're in school, if you're like a freshman or sophomore, oh no, they're a senior. It's like, they might,
that's
and
weird.
they might be, depending on how old you are, they might be a year older than you.
Or as you get like when you're getting older and you meet up with people and you become friends with people that are like way younger, it's like, man, when I was a senior in high school, you were in 6th grade.
Yeah, it's like that'd have been weird. But now
when I was in 6th grade, you were in college.
Yeah, exactly. It's all perspective, and certainly interesting. I don't even know how we got. Oh, we're talking about talking about the rain. Update too, by the way, and I'm sure those of you that have been checking in on or wondering about Dave has been off, not doing. He's been sick, but I did talk to him yesterday, finally. And he's doing better, which is good. So I think he's hopefully turning the corner, as they say.
Yeah, I figured out he was doing better when he started trashing Leeds fans on Twitter.
Yeah, because he posted his one tweet to kind of let everybody know that he was sick. And then he really wasn't doing much. And stuff's going on. And I think it was 2 days ago where I had texted a couple times during the day and even called him like, he's not responding at all. I'm like, is he okay? Like literally okay. I mean, I knew he was sick. I'm like, is he okay? And then so he's doing better, and who knows, maybe he's back here by Monday. So just keep on keeping on, Dave. Keep on getting better. So we appreciate him. We appreciate all of you for being with us all week long. We have got a busy show for you today. It is Friday. It's March 1st. Ready for Christmas, Chris? Get your shopping done. The lights up.
It's weird. It felt like yesterday was March 1st.
It's almost like we had an extra day.
I can't believe that's not a holiday. We should have that as a holiday.
Yeah, what would we do? I mean, just the days off. Like I don't even know what
we don't have enough days off. In the UK, they have these things called bank holidays, and it's like once every like 6 weeks on top of holidays, you just get an extra holiday.
Yeah. Well, not every year. Every once in a while, if I'm tuning into the news, like the story will come up about people really pushing for the 4-day work week, and I always have thought that's a great.
Christopher Laud story time was just about that.
I always think that's a great idea. Could we do that literally in our
Yeah, I've thought about that too. Like, how would that work?
Yeah,
like everybody would have to be on the 4-day weekend for us to have a 4-day.
Yeah, because I mean, look, sports and stuff goes on. Hopefully, entertainment or information, all that goes on, but. Maybe it's literally like individuals would get 4 days, but then maybe a fifth day someone else does the show would be the only way. I don't even know how that would work. I mean, I don't mind doing this every day, but it's still the premise of it would be nice to have 3. And for the most part, I'm assuming when people talk about the 4-day work week, they're talking about either a Monday through Thursday or a Tuesday through Friday. I hope it's not a Monday, Tuesday, off Wednesday, work Thursday, Friday. That doesn't seem right. I wouldn't like that.
I had a job where my days off were
in the middle of the week,
Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah.
And like the idea of just like, oh, well, you never work more than 3 days, but that drags on.
Yeah. And I would say about this job, the perk about, if there is one, about getting up as early as we do to be here, kind of when your day is done, like a lot of people are right in the middle of work. And if you have some weird, different stuff to get done, you're like, hey, there's not as many people out and about.
Except on Sunday.
When you're thinking about getting up so early
It's
the
just
next
like,
day?
this isn't even, it doesn't even feel like a day off.
Yeah, because you're already going like, well, got to probably go to bed earlier. The week starts soon. I got to go. Yeah, it's different. It's the price we pay. We know what we got ourselves into. All right, what we're getting ourselves into today.
Man, I'm out of cash.
The Kings are playing the Minnesota Timberwolves to close out this road trip. Can they get back in the win column? We will talk about that today. Joining us at 8 o'clock, the radio voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves, the first place Minnesota Timberwolves, quite a year for them. Allan Horton will be joining us. We also will have our Sactown Sports Kings insider, Brendan Nunes, will be in studio with us at 9 o'clock, and so much more. That's all coming up as we continue right here on Sactown Sports.
Harrison Barnes plays here.
Harrison Barnes drives it, hammers it. The Black Falcon soaring into the night sky on a Monday evening in Northern California.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-683-7713. That's 1-800-683-7733. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-683-7733. That's 1-800-683-7733.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
This segment is brought to you by Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
We're in the final minute of play. Minnesota unbeaten on the home floor this year. Now looking possibly at their first defeat. Fox with a runner in the lane. Add 2 more to his tally. That's the dagger right there from fourth quarter Fox.
One of the better wins of the year for this Sacramento Kings squad early on in-season tournament game in Minnesota. T-Wolves had not lost a home game, but the Kings got them. And a great win then. They get another opportunity to try to get Minnesota tonight as the Kings quest to try to get to the top 6, top 4 even, avoid the play-in. Right now they're still in the play-in. We'll update how the night in the NBA went, including a surprise, and they're a near second surprise as well, as the Kings are in action tonight to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. As we said, we'll have much more on this game. We'll preview it. We'll get a couple different angles from it, the Minnesota side with Allan Horton, the radio voice of the T-Wolves, and our own Sactown Sports Kings insider, Brendan Nunes, will join us a little bit later. All right, let's get to cut number 2.
Cut number 2.
Projected to be the number 1 pick in the top pick in the draft next year. What does being the one mean to you?
Well, the Indiana Fever could have the first pick, so people may or not, maybe will have the duo. I don't know. Remains to be seen. But me and Leah might be teammates at some point. You never know. We were teammates before, so maybe we'll have to reconnect. I don't know.
That was all the way back in October when it was a discussion there about Caitlyn Clark. Would she go professional? Well, she made it official. She is going to go pro. She's already played 4 full years, shattered all these records, did have an opportunity to play another season if need be. But she is elected to take her talents to the WNBA, and most likely that will be with the Indiana Fever. Chris, do you care to tell the story you told me before the show about the reach of Caitlyn Clark?
Oh, my source in Indianapolis?
Yeah, so tell me about this source and their sports background.
They know very little about sports.
Okay, so in a 1 to 10, they're about a 1 or a 2?
I would say a 2.
Okay.
They know very little about Indiana sports specifically.
Okay.
And so as a joke, I asked them, hey, do you know who Caitlyn Clark is?
So you're 95% sure you're going to get a no. I have no idea who that is.
No. And then, like, as I say who it is, I'm expecting, like, why would you expect me to know that?
Yeah.
I said, do you know who Caitlyn Clark is? And she says, yeah, the Fever have the first pick this year.
Doubling down. So you think they knew Caitlyn Clark more because of Caitlyn Clark, or the fact that people in Indiana are talking about the Fever having the first pick and this is who they might get?
I think the latter.
Yeah.
I think that
was the connection.
She happened to see people talking about that.
I mean, she is a big deal. And this is pretty cool that, she's electing this route. I would not have faulted her for,
like, imagine if the Monarchs were still around.
Yeah.
And they had the number 1 pick.
This would be a huge deal.
Oh, yeah. We'd be leading off with it.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're leading off with it now.
Yeah, and we have nothing to do with the WNBA anymore. It's really exciting, I think, for the finish now of her Iowa career. Has her final game coming up with the ticket prices that we talked about being up to $400 on the cheap end to get in, to the WNBA career. And I don't know, the entirety of what her WNBA career is going to be. There are other great players, but she has become college basketball's face, maybe the women's sports basketball, I don't know if overall, but certainly college basketball. And good for her. And you could have made arguments to stay because of the name recognition, name, image, and likeness, maybe all the things that she could have done even more at Iowa, but she is officially elected to go pro. And yeah, look for her to go number 1 to the Indiana Fever. All right, let's get our third and final cut.
Cut number 3.
28 for Victor Wembanyama. Holmgren trying to answer. He is stopped. Take it away. Place is going bananas.
Yeah, the Spurs don't have many wins, but hey, it does happen to other teams around the NBA. The Spurs, the team with the worst record in the Western Conference, beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, who started the night with the best record, or tie with Minnesota for the best record in the Western Conference. So tough loss there for OKC. Battle of Rookie of the Year candidates, Chet Holmgren, Victor Wembanyama, and the battle goes to Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. So, it does happen around the league, but that's a really good win. Great win for them. There was almost, I agree, there was almost a couple of other upsets in the NBA last night. We'll go through the NBA and what happened last night in the NBA a little bit later, but we've said it before, we'll continue to say it, that this league really is competitive from top to bottom. And yeah, the Kings have one of those losses too to Detroit, the team, one of the teams with the worst records down there with Washington. They still play the Wizards again, and you just go, man, those games I don't like, because you're supposed to win. You need to win. If you win by just a few points, it's not a great win. If you win by 25 or more, no one's really that impressed. And all you have really is to lose. And if you lose, then you have to deal with it and wear it and realize, man, you're one of the teams that got it. You don't want it to be you, and it was you, and you just have to compartmentalize that and move on. But you also realize later, if you're in a spot where you wanted to be the 5 seed as opposed to the 7 or whatever the standings are, you look back at these kind of games. Now, I don't know how much damage, if any, this will do to the Thunder. The beauty of where they are is they've built that cushion, something the Kings have been unable to do. So we'll talk more about all the games in the NBA, certainly more about what the Sacramento Kings have in store tonight. But when we come back, it is March. So that signifies a couple of new beginnings, or endings in this case, for college basketball. March Madness will be coming up. It's starting just in a few weeks, which is exciting. But March also starts officially the beginning of the Major League Baseball season. There were some changes around Major League Baseball, including, I believe we got 8 new managers, a couple we want to focus in on, including right here in San Francisco in our area, with Bob Melvin coming back to the Bay. He will coach and manage the Giants, the impact of that. and some of the other moves. We've got that coming up here on Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
When the unexpected happens, trust AutoAccident.com. Loyalty and compassion set them apart. They're with you every step of the way. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 15% when you buy 10 or more select primed finger joint boards. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Visit us for the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details. U.S. only.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Get huge savings on our best selection of new Hondas during our Honda President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The first time I tried to quit vaping, I told myself that it was like a mountain that I had to climb over. And once I got to the other side, it would be clear. But I couldn't make it over. What really got me to quit was my little sister. I saw her vaping. So I was back in the mountain, but this time she was up there with me. It's weird what you can do for others that you won't do for yourself.
Every attempt is part of your story to quit for good. Visit Kick It California today at kickitca.org.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Back here on the show, Jason Ross with you. Carmichael Dave, hopefully back with us next week. Christopher Laud in the break as we're getting ready for a new baseball season. We're going to talk about some of the changes around Major League Baseball with some new guys guiding teams here that I'm looking forward to. Chris, you were telling me, where did you get those numbers on, was it Cincinnati Bengals or Reds?
I guess it was both because they shared a stadium, right?
Oh, yeah, okay. Back in the was it late 80s or early
1989.
90s? Okay.
Someone just shared it on Twitter, and they're just talking about, like, the concessions. I mean, we go to Golden One is amazing, but
yeah,
like you see some of the prices.
You have to pay for it.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
Hot dog, $1.
And this is 1989 in Cincinnati.
Yeah, hot dog, $1. You want a brat, $1.50. Super dog, $1.75.
Oh, I wonder what was the difference between the super dog if it's just length.
So, like, say you wanted sauerkraut, extra 25 cents.
Ooh, pay for the upsell there.
Peanuts, 8 ounces. That's going to set you back $2.
That's interesting. Why that's 2 comparatively? Okay.
Yeah, because you get potato chips for 50 cents. Giant pretzels $1. Giant cookie $1. Sundae in a souvenir helmet $1.50. This is a beer, 20-ounce beer, $2.75, or a bottle of beer, $2. This was interesting that I guarantee you will not find in a single stadium anymore. 25 cents for a cigar.
They must have been terrible cigars. Yeah. I mean, the other thing too about that helmet Sunday, which is always seemingly a hit, especially at baseball stadiums, the helmets are getting tiny.
Yes.
And the price is not getting shorter. Is it it's Atlanta Falcons, aren't they the ones that still have like what they would be deemed affordable concession prices? Aren't they like ridiculously cheap, I would say, or inexpensive?
Yeah, I want to say like it's for like hot dogs.
Yeah.
I think are like $3 and like popcorn. It's like it's not your like high end stuff
right
that every stadium has, which I think like a lot of stadiums should have. Like if you want people to be there.
Yeah.
Because I've been to Levi Stadium, it's not worth getting anything.
Yeah, the tricky one, I bet, even like if we say, and I don't even remember the breakdown anymore, but of Golden One Center, some of the people that own the Kings also own some of the property right there. And it's almost like, wait, no, I want you to go to Golden One and I want you to buy food here, but also that's our restaurant out there. Like, and I have not gone to Golden One. Let me see. Maybe once or twice. Yeah, maybe a few more. Maybe about less than 5, I would say, as what I would deem as a fan. I mean, I'm generally working. But I'm trying to think if I was a fan, more times than not, when I go to a sporting event, I go and eat at the event. As opposed to, hey, if the Kings were at home tonight with Minnesota, it's Friday night, Chris, let's go to the game. Let's go get some drinks and eat at one of the places right there. I think I would rather go with you to the game and eat at that would be my preference. Now, if you said, hey, let's get there at 5:30, we'll get some food, whatever we want to get coming in, and then we'll go to the game. I don't know what more people do.
I'm usually a eat elsewhere.
I mean, I would say in general, the Golden One has pretty good food. I would say, obviously, there's more choices.
The food there is like so good.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, you're paying to eat it there.
So, I mean, and it's fun to be at a restaurant and kind of go through that experience too. But like I said, every time if I've gone to a concert or some other event there, I generally have already eaten or eat there and don't go somewhere else first. But
and then like I would say like my choices would be eat at home, eat some place close to there. Well, like Golden One, it really is everything so close. I would just pick a spot in Midtown.
Yeah, and then the other part is, and I don't know the answer to this because I'm always there for post game and there for a while. Especially like those Friday nights or maybe in the playoffs when, they were hosting the Warriors and just people were everywhere before and after. I got to imagine especially if they had some of those that were day game or like a 12:30 or I don't know if they had that early. Maybe they did. I think they had one certainly in a weekend afternoon. The afterwards would also be fun. Like, hey, no, we're not leaving. Like, let's just still be here. Let's be amongst everybody. And then let's go to Yard House.
Except
or
for Game 7. Yeah, that was a clear out.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like I got in my car and got out as fast as possible.
Yeah. I don't want to be here anymore. No part of this.
Someone might have said that to me.
That's another one I guess we've talked before about. I'm a fan of, if you go to the game. Like for me, if I go to the game, I'm basically staying, barring some sort of everybody's got a circumstance, but more times than not, it's a traffic. Like I gotta go. Like, all right, I come to the game. Like I'm here for the event. On a deciding game, some could make the argument, no, you got to stay to the end, support the team. But it's like it's also pretty tough. It's not like, hey, good job. Like it was disappointing. Like a lot of times you want to get out of that situation.
That I stayed through everyone
walking off the court
and stuff like that. I think you got to do that.
But it's not really normal for the players to come back out and thank you for they're disappointed. They just lost Game 7. They were thinking about the next round.
And
the season is over. And then you go, is this team going to be the same?
So in soccer, what their big thing is they've got the home fans and the away fans. It's big on staying there because the players go and it's not like personally, but they come out and they applaud the fans for being out there, especially the away fans, like knowing that they come out, like even if you lose, it's like big to go to your fans that made the trip out there just to let them know that you appreciate the support.
The one that always seems odd to me is the individual sport is tennis. So you and I are playing a Grand Slam final at Wimbledon. You beat me, and maybe it's just a heartbreaker for me. Maybe I choke. What did it even matter? You beat me, and we both have to stick around. I have to hear you get interviewed in front of everybody. I have to go up to the podium or the stage.
You know, Jason gave me a great game, but
and I'm like,
I'm better.
Son of a... And you're just like, yeah. Thank you, everybody. I just lost. It's just really fun to see and have you see my
overall. I think is like really strange.
That is weird that they do that. Like if you're in a team sport and the Niners had to stick around watching the Chiefs do that, it's like, well, there's 60 of you, and you know it's not one person's fault per se. And you're like, yeah, this stinks.
But I mean, like everything around tennis, like the big tennis ball to get autographs. The first time I saw that, I'm like, what is this? Like, I couldn't imagine going to a baseball game and seeing someone with a big
giant baseball. I mean, you could still sign the smaller tennis ball. It is possible. You mentioned baseball. It is here, basically. Spring training is up and going. We've got some new managers around baseball, which is always something to kind of, see what the differences will be. There are a couple names to me when I was looking at the 8 new managers that'll be guiding teams this year that jump out before we get to certainly the local flair. Stephen Vogt, he was kind of a fan favorite with the Oakland A's, spent some time with the Giants. He only had 1 year since retiring, worked as a bench coach. I believe it was with the Mariners. And now he's going to be the coach of the Cleveland Guardians, the manager of the Guardians. So anxious to see how he does. He's still a young guy and I guess probably always felt like a manager, I guess.
One of the rare moves where when you go to Cleveland, you're going to a better city.
The other one that's interesting is Chicago got Craig Counsell. They were very high on him. They already had David Ross. He was under contract for another year. But when Counsell showed interest, they showed interest, and they brought him in to be the new manager there. And then Bob Melvin is taking over the San Francisco Giants. And I'm a really big fan of Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin's got a pretty good track record around Major League Baseball, really well respected. He's been manager of the year multiple times. He's managed several different teams, usually very successful. The whole run in San Diego is very bizarre to me. His last job, when the first time I heard that the Oakland A's granted him permission to interview with San Diego, I'm like, he's gone. There's no way if the Padres are interested and Melvin's even remotely interested, are the A's going to be able to keep him? Based on what the A's have been doing, stripping down their team year by year, this was kind of pre-decision to move, or the rumors were out that they might want to move to Vegas. And Melvin realized, like, look, there's going to be a better opportunity for me. And then it didn't really last very long. San Diego had just immense talent, and they never quite achieved it. And sure, some of that has to go to Melvin, but it was a roster that was put together of high-priced, talented players that just didn't quite gel, at least in the second year. The first year they did some playoff damage, but not the second year. So him getting an opportunity to come back, he's a Bay Area guy. Obviously, he played at Cal, managed the A's. But now as a Giant, we'll see if he's a guy that can impact the win-loss column, because last year, everything I saw from day one about the San Francisco Giants, I remember saying this earlier, I go, wow, is this team screaming 500 to me? It was like, they're not bad. They're not good. They're just, this team is going to be right around 500 all year long. And there's a couple weeks where they would get above 500 by a few games. Like, oh, maybe they're overachieving a bit. Then they'd get that losing skid and get right back to around there. So that's what they felt like. I don't know how much. There's a few roster tweaks, not the ones that they were hoping to land some high-priced guys the last couple of years, from Bryce Harper to Aaron Judge to Shohei Ohtani, and didn't get any of them. But Bob Melvin guiding things will, I think, at least maximize what they have. Let's put it that way. And so I'm anxious to see how he does as one of the new managers in Major League Baseball. All right, still to come, we will talk about last night in the NBA in the next hour. We'll preview Kings and Timberwolves. But when we come back, it's Friday. We're starting a new month, but we're going to tell you some good news. Tell me something good. We got some really good news to share. We're going to do that when we come back here on Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. LaPorte is over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws, and it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down again.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Put some sizzle in your spring. Whitey here reminding you that spring grilling season is coming fast. And now you can get into the 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty Freestyle Napoleon Grill starting at $4.99. The Napoleon Freestyle has uncompromising quality, versatile grilling for every occasion, form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Have I mentioned that my Napoleon Grill turned me into a grilling pro? And I'm telling you, it looks as good as it cooks. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Coors Light, Garner Roofing, and Roseville Kitchen and Bath.
Hey, Sacramento, guess what? It's an extra special year, a leap year, and we're making every second count at Elk Grove Kia. Get ready to leap into savings like never before. February might be the shortest month, but our deals are anything but short on value. We're slashing used car prices so you can take home your dream Kia today. And speaking of dreams, leap into this deal with the Kia Forte for just $19,988. It's sleek, it's stylish, and it's waiting for you to drive it home. But wait, there's more. Lease the stunning Kia Seltos for only $199 per month. Yes, you heard it right. A brand new SUV for just $199 per month with approved credit and a down payment of $3,595 plus taxes and fees. This deal is too good not to take the leap. Drive away in style with the Kia Seltos. But hurry, our inventory is limited and these deals won't last forever. Visit us at Elk Grove Kia, conveniently located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com and leap into savings today. Only at
Elk Grove Kia. Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Revive Men's Health Sacramento can help you address the root causes of weight gain, low energy, poor drive, and performance issues. And since your testosterone level has a direct impact on your weight and fitness, we'll give you a free T-check and free exam at Revive Sacramento. Imagine upping your game, losing weight, and getting in shape all at once. Revive can help you make it happen with our new cutting-edge weight loss medications, like your favorite athletes and celebrities use. They're affordable and available now. Weight gain and low T are treatable conditions. We know we can help you. Take that first step and book today. You're only one step away from getting in the best shape of your life. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemen'shealth.com.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
This segment is brought to you by Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
One of the things we used to do on the when I was with Doug in the afternoons, Doug Christie, is we get to Fridays, maybe the end of the show, it's like we play Tell Me Something Good by Shaka Khan and Rufus. And, we'd go around and it's like, hey, look, we got plenty of bad news to discuss, plenty of tough things going on in this world, but tell me something good. Let's get some good news out there.
Some would say the best segment on the station.
And didn't Doug say, like, who would say that?
Some.
Yeah, some would say that. And so I personally, look, who doesn't like good news? I think you'd like to hear that. Good stories, feel good stories. I'm a sucker for those. Like some of those, and one more thing in the news, and then they go to that, especially if it's like a real heartwarming thing. It's like, oh man, it gets to the heartstrings. You like that, and you appreciate it. I got a couple of doses here. First and foremost, a couple of people we end up talking about quite a bit on the show, just for a variety of reasons, but a massive, massive shout out to our guys, Pat and Tom.
Hey,
how about that? They found out yesterday. I think it was yesterday. We found out yesterday, but there was a couple different things going on. I believe it was in Nashville. But they found out they're going into the Country Music Hall of Fame. That's absolutely incredible in the Country Hall of Fame.
It's weird to know people outside of Sacramento know Pat and Tom.
I know. And that is really, really cool. 30 plus years here together. And Cody's with them too. I don't want to ignore Cody in this.
But she's not in the Hall of Fame.
Those two getting recognized, but the trio has been a really great show. Those two, though, have been together for so long. And awesome guys.
They're basically a couple at this point.
Yeah. They know each other, obviously, all the way through.
They talk about each other and how much that they care and appreciate each other.
Yeah.
And at the same time, talk about what gets them
bugs
on their nerves.
Yeah. Like a couple, right? Like they know, do you hear what he did? Oh, but he did this. And it's like, wait. And then the next moment, they're talking about how great the other guy is. So that's really, really cool. And it's so awesome. So it's such an amazing honor. And those two guys have been doing this very effectively for a long, long time, which is pretty difficult to do in one area like that. So good for them. It was really cool news to hear. We got kind of a staff email. I wasn't able to go to the lunch yesterday. Did they announce that there? Or
no?
Okay. I don't know if it was out yet. It might have been around then.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the time-wise. The staff lunch was good. I didn't have a chance to go to that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Good. What was the best thing that you ate there?
They had this barbecue chicken that was really good.
I saw them working on that. Yeah.
The hot links were really good.
Nice. And did people bring sides, or was that just kind of, they were just
there's like, I think, chili beans and potato salad.
Okay. Can't go wrong there. So that's one slice of the good news. Congrats again to Pat and Tom for entering the Hall of Fame there, and well-deserved, like we said. The other one is sports related, Sacramento Kings related, but more human interest related. We've been following the story of former King Scott Pollard, and Scott was really, really sick. Really sick. And
I don't think we truly knew how bad it was until he was in the hospital.
And I don't think, and even seeing story, I don't think he knew how bad it was.
Yeah.
I think he knew something wasn't quite right, but and a lot of times, look, now it's like a PSA. Your body's going to tell you things. Like, really do your best out there. If there's any kind of public service announcement, listen to your body, and it's okay to go to the doctor. Don't be like, I'm fine. Don't ignore the signs of whatever it might be, however you're feeling. And hey, at worst case, you went to the doctor. You're good. Nothing's wrong. Cool. But he basically got to a spot where he was told he was going to need a heart. There was no other way he was going to survive. And that isn't always easy. He was going to, unfortunately, you need to get it from someone who recently had passed. And is the surgery going to work and all that stuff? And there's a lot of complications. And early on, once he was in the hospital and then found out he was going to get the heart, he's always going to be lively and upbeat. He's just funny that way. That's his personality. And I was amazed at how quickly the recovery was going. And he was already up and walking and was supposed to do get as many steps in as you can. And then he's doing laps.
But first day
he's walking, and then like a day or two later, like he's moving, not just like, he was using a walker to get, and then it's like people carrying everything that he's connected to. And then of course, every time it's like his gown's too short. His backside showing is what he's like, yeah, can you guys cover me up? But the best news of all was yesterday. So I think it was, if I read this right, 13 days removed. So less than 2 weeks, Scott Pollard was able to do this and ring the bell.
I'm just going to yell it. I'm getting there!
Yeah, huge moment for Scott Pollard, for his family, his wife, his entire family. It was the doctors and nurses and, the many heroes that help and to help go through that. And to ring the bell is an amazing moment to get out of the hospital like that. And that's awesome. I mean, basically a new lease on life for him. And so feel good story there for sure. So happy for Scott, for his family. And that's so, we get one life. You got one opportunity, and here he is with this new chance. And I'm so happy for him because it really could have gone. We know which way it could have gone for him. So happy for him.
Yeah. And then, so Kings watching that, maybe make it a little easier on Scott's heart now.
Exactly. Like the rest of us, you've put us through this year. So good for him. Again, like I said, doctors and nurses, just so many heroic people that help in on the day-to-day basis. And they know there's some people that don't get that opportunity, that don't make it out of there. And I'm glad for him that it all worked out. And, just kind of following it along, teammates and the Kings and everyone else is just really, really pleased to see how that went. So definitely wanted to share it. If you had not heard that news, thought we would certainly share it, but it was clearly one of those feel good, heartwarming stories. So congratulations to Scott Pollard and his family. I don't even know other way to segue, but that was an awesome one. I really love that story. Do you have any other slices of good news? I mean, that's about as good as we get with Pat and Tom in the Hall of Fame and Scott Pollard leaving the hospital after just 13 days. Like, I was even like, I'm glad you're good, but you can stay a little longer just to make sure.
That's what I'm thinking.
We don't need to rush this. Like 13 is great. It's impressive. And maybe it's back to that kind of athlete mentality. Like, I'm good. I'm up. You should probably get 20 steps in today. We ended up, when my son was going through all the different things he had to, we said, we called it the Jackson 500 because he would do, if he could do a lap around kind of like the nursing station. And then before long, he's doing a bunch of laps. But Scott Pollard's just going and going and going. It's like, you know what? This isn't a race. You don't have to get out of there quickly. 13 days is really quickly.
But on the other side, 13 days, if you're in the hospital.
He's like, it's probably felt like 4 months, 5 months. Get me out of here at this point. So good for him. Absolutely good for him. We've got more to come in our next couple of hours here. Like we said, here's the lineup for the show. We are going to talk with Allan Horton, the radio voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's going to join us at 8. But in our next hour, of course, we got our typical things you'll hear from 3 for Madness, brought to you by our friends at Fire Wings. We will preview the Kings and the Timberwolves. Also, the NFL Combine is underway. Day 1 was yesterday. We get to the second day. We've got to get our first look at some draft thoughts as well, as the teams are zeroing in on their selections. We'll do all that and more as we continue, but when we come back, we'll look back at last night in the NBA. That is coming up here on Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Sacramento County Voter Registration and Elections.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Friday is looking a bit unsettled. We'll have periods of light to moderate rain, on again, off again showers throughout the afternoon and evening. Occasional gusty winds, especially this afternoon and evening, with highs in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The next election is March 5th. Vote centers open February 24th. Remember to vote early and avoid the lines. Learn more at elections.saccounty.gov or call toll-free 762-8019.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Thousands of years ago, ancient civilizations used leather for water skins, armor, and sandals. Hi, this is Franklin Rosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Today, leather is one of nature's most luxurious products. The combination of leather with beautifully designed furniture creates an end product that adds luxury and sophistication to any room. During Naturewood Home Furnishings leather sale, you'll find their considerable selection of leather is flexible, breathable, natural, and maybe most important, comfortable. Whether you're a relaxed contemporary kind of person or you're more classic leather, Naturewood Home Furnishings has color choices and styles to fit your home. In fact, I doubt any store can beat Naturewood's selection. During Naturewood's leather sale, all leather furniture is on sale for a limited time. Sit, enjoy the comfort of leather at Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the
If you'd like to get in on the show, text line 916-339-1140. Those of you on our YouTube chat, thank you for being there with us. Good morning. Hit that thumbs up button at the bottom of your screen. That truly helps us out. We were in the break looking at the not-so top 10 of the week. That was a basketball game that the dog was on the floor. When does that happen?
A FIBA game?
A FIBA, yeah. Like, it feels like an animal or of some kind ends up on a lot of the outdoor field games. But I don't know the last time I saw a dog or ever a dog on a court.
Remember the dog in at the Suns game that peed on the court? Was that during the Kings game? Was it Suns Kings?
No, I do not remember that at all.
Yeah.
Seriously?
I think it was a Suns Kings game.
Not this year.
It was a Suns game. It was definitely a Suns game.
But was it like within a year or two?
No, like maybe a month ago.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What was the story with it? Was the dog part of the like the halftime routine? I think I do remember that.
It was
now.
something like that.
But this one just looked like a wayward dog that got on there. I mean, not you've seen like, cats or squirrels or different things out at stadiums. Did I tell you this the other day? I think I might have. I can't remember if I did, but I saw him again. Anyway, in our backyard, we have a light, like a motion sensor. If something's moving around, you see the light will turn on. And so the light turns on, every once in a while, and it's usually a neighbor cat or some sort. And we're not that far from the river, so we've had turkeys in our yard, skunks, every once in a while, certainly like possums, raccoons, or whatever. And so the other day, we saw the light come on, and I was kind of looking out the window, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I go, that's not a cat. What is that? And it was a fox. It was a little fox that
Deer and fox.
It was red fox. I was telling jokes out there. It was Jamie Fox. I'm just trying to Vivica A. Fox.
Man, you're taking them all.
Yeah, I think I'm out. Anyway, so I wasn't 100% certain, but I was pretty certain that it was a fox, and ran under one of our little tables and then just left.
I didn't even know there were foxes around here.
I had neither. So then it literally was, it was 2 nights ago when the Kings played Denver, and I was driving home and coming towards my driveway, and just a little bit further down the street, you could see these eyes of, I go, oh, there's a cat in the road. I go, oh, no, there it is. I think it's the same fox, because it was about the same size, a little bit bigger than a cat. I mean, it was a little bit taller, definitely the pointy ears, and then the bushy tail. And so I pulled up closer to see, and it was 100% a fox. So I think it was the same one. So we got a fox in our neighborhood.
I looked up foxes in Sacramento area, and the first thing that comes up, foxes suspected of causing flea infestation.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, maybe I do need to get them out of our yard. I don't know if they're permanently there, but certainly spent a few moments in our yard, at least the other day, in our general area.
The Sierra Nevada red fox.
I did look. I mean, it was dark, but that would be my guess. Was that? And is it? What would you say? Like the size of a larger cat, small dog kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably like 10 pounds.
Yeah. Looks. I didn't get too close. I didn't introduce myself, but
you ever see a fox get pet and start like?
Oh yeah, don't they?
It's like
yeah, it's like their version of purring. Last night in the NBA, the Kings did not play. So did they get any help from around the Western Conference? Well, some cases they didn't. Let's look at the night in the association from an evening ago. The Golden State Warriors won again. The Warriors are, I would say, putting it together a little bit better yesterday. Watched a good portion of that game last night. That was the first game of the TNT doubleheader. The Knicks did get Jalen Brunson back. And boy, the Knicks kept pushing. That game kept getting down to about 6, back to 12, back to 6, back to 14, down to 5. The Knicks were doing their part, but the Warriors had enough of an answer, and that's a good quality win for them, winning in New York. And they're kind of settling in with Chris Paul back, Klay Thompson coming off the bench. You can just look at them now, and they look more well-rounded. I don't know how much of an overall threat they're going to be. It's a little bit like we probably felt that like about them last year, but they're 31-27, another quality win. And the guy who just continues to impress me when you watch the Golden State Warriors is Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga continues to show off his amazing athletic ability, put up good stats, and is kind of the next line. I mean, watching them too, they're morphing with the current departure of the team for personal reasons of Wiggins. I mean, they're starting Draymond Green and Steph Curry. We all know them. We've known them for years. But then they're going young around them with Moody, Podziemski, and Kuminga. And then now you're getting hit off the bench with guys like Looney, Chris Paul, Saric, Klay Thompson, GP2. That just all of it sounds better and looks better. The depth to the roster and how Steve Kerr is using them. So Warriors picked up the win, 110-99 last night. Elsewhere in the NBA, as far as Western Conference top 10, and for those that were talking about, I think the Jazz could still catch the Kings. They lost again yesterday. They're now 6 games below 500. I mean, that the top 10 is locked in. I feel very, very confident about that, barring just some sort of colossal meltdown and major improvement by the bottom 5. I just don't see it happening. I think we got the top 10. It's just what order will it be?
It's crazy that the Jazz were like the top. They were like Oklahoma City last year, and then they're just like a stone.
Yeah, it's just plummeted. And not that long ago, too, they had made their way up to 500, but now here they go 6 games below. Spurs with the surprise of the night as they were able to defeat the Oklahoma City Thunder, and it was a good day from Victor Wembanyama.
28 for Victor Wembanyama. Holmgren trying to answer. He is stuffed. Take it away. Place is going bananas.
Victor Wembanyama, Chet Holmgren showdown. The victory goes to the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama. He's good. He was great. 28 points.
It's scary seeing him figure things out.
Yeah. 28, 13, and 7. They have 12 wins. They're not a great team, but they will be. They'll figure it out with him as long as he stays healthy. Pop keeps them going. But a tough loss for the Thunder. Impressive win for the Spurs. Kings were hoping to get some help from the Rockets. They lost to the Phoenix Suns. Booker went for 35. And so Phoenix improves to 35 and 24. Pretty good game last night in a rematch of the NBA Finals. That one had the Denver Nuggets hosting the Miami Heat, the team, the Kings' last 2 opponents. The Heat were up for the challenge, but it was Denver with the win. 103-97 was the final. Porter was big. He ended up, what was his final stat line? Yeah, he had 30. The Joker's triple-double streak came to an end. He had 18, 11, and 7. But good balance. And 2 good teams there. Miami really battled them, but Denver got the victory. And then the last game of the night was an overtime game. The Wizards came back to force OT. Lakers outscored the Wizards in OT 8-5 to win 134-131. And it took big nights from AD and LeBron. Anthony Davis had 40 with 15 boards and 4 assists. And LeBron James, 31 points, 4 boards, 9 assists. LeBron is now, I think, 9 points away from 40,000 points in his career.
Stupid.
40,000. I got to go to the list and see where, I mean, just how much separation.
What's crazy is everyone always said like, oh, well, if Michael Jordan never left basketball, he would have beaten Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record. But even Jordan, as great as he was, I can't see him scoring 40,000 points.
Yeah, I mean, let me see where Jordan is. Okay, so in your top, LeBron's at 39,991, so he's 9 away from 40,000. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players in the history of the game to get to 30,000. Kevin Durant will get there and to make it 8. But Chamberlain's at 31.4. Dirk Nowitzki's at 31.5. Michael Jordan is in 5th at 32,292. So LeBron will probably end up about 10,000 more than him. 10,000 more points.
And with how he's playing now, and everyone's like, oh, I mean, I can't see him retiring next season. I can't see him retiring the season after that.
Yeah.
And is he going to just go out on top, or like, will he stay like past his prime? Will we see like, oh man, maybe LeBron should have like left a year too early?
Yeah. Let's say, and this might be
because that's not even a thought right now.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible that he could get to be about 12,000 more than LeBron? I mean, than Michael, if he's probably going to get to at least 10.
Yeah.
So let's say he gets to 12,000 more. Chris, 12,000 right now would be 250th in scoring in league history. 12,000 more, though, than Michael Jordan.
That's so stupid.
I mean, here's people that have scored 12,000 points in their career. Gordon Hayward, Derrick Rose, Andrew Wiggins, DeMarcus Cousins. Karl Anthony Towns is now at 13,000. But that would be the separation from LeBron and Michael Jordan. Keep going up. Kobe was at 33.6. Karl Malone, 36, almost 37,000. Kareem's at 38.3. And now LeBron at 30,991. Incredible. I mean, and still just at such a high level. So there you go. Those were the finals from yesterday. So now let's update you on what that looks like for the standings around the Western Conference and what kind of impact that had. As we said, that bottom five, both Utah and Houston losing, they continue to fall further back. The Warriors, with their win, stayed in 10th. They are 10.5 back of first. But just related to the Kings, only 2 back of the Kings. The Lakers win put them a game and a half back now of Sacramento, knowing that the Kings and Lakers face each other next week. And then I think it was a week or two after that, still 2 more matchups between these two teams. So that's going to be really important coming up. The Kings will begin the night tonight, a half game back of Dallas. They're a full game back of New Orleans. The Suns win put them a game and a half ahead of the Kings. Clippers didn't play, but they're still 4.5 up. Denver's win now puts them 7 clear of Sacramento. OKC's loss puts them in sole possession of second, 1 back of Minnesota, and 7.5 ahead of the Kings, and the Kings are 8.5 back of the Minnesota Timberwolves. So the juggling will continue. The top 4 are still a tier, though the Clippers are getting a little bit closer to the rest of the pack. And then that 5 through 8 was a pack, but now it's almost becoming 5 through 10. Because of the Lakers and Warriors' recent success. And the problem is when those two teams have success, I said this to Chris in one of the breaks, every single time the Lakers win on either Get Up or First Take, it's do the Lakers have enough to get out of the Western Conference? Every time they win. If the playoffs started today, Lakers would face this team. Could they get through that matchup? Who has a better chance of getting through the West? The Lakers or the Warriors? Would we do this on the who's 10th and 9th in the East, the Hawks and the Bulls? No, not at all. But it's the Lakers and Warriors because we've seen the Warriors do it. The Lakers did it once, but I guess did get to the conference finals last year. But, I mean, you know who doesn't get talked about at all? The Pelicans. They're in 6th. They've got a record that's better. Really, I don't think they talk enough about the Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves. A little bit like we probably felt last year about the Sacramento Kings when they were in 3rd. Now people aren't talking about the Kings. Maybe it's fine. They're in 8th. I get it. But the record is what they were at this time a year ago. It's just the rest of the West has been that much better. When we come back, 3 questions, 3 answers, brought to you by our friends at Fire Wings. We've got that next on Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Hey, Sacramento, guess what? It's an extra special year, a leap year, and we're making every second count at Elk Grove Kia. Get ready to leap into savings like never before. February might be the shortest month, but our deals are anything but short on value. We're slashing used car prices so you can take home your dream Kia today. And speaking of dreams, leap into this deal with the Kia Forte for just $19,988. It's sleek, it's stylish, and it's waiting for you to drive it home. But wait, there's more. Lease the stunning Kia Seltos for only $199 per month. Yes, you heard it right. A brand new SUV for just $199 per month with approved credit and a down payment of $3,595 plus taxes and fees. This deal is too good not to take the leap. Drive away in style with the Kia Seltos. But hurry, our inventory is limited and these deals won't last forever. Visit us at Elk Grove Kia, conveniently located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com and leap into savings today. Only at Elk Grove Kia.
This segment is brought to you by Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, 3 for Madness time, brought to you by our friends at Fire Wings. 21 delicious flavors of wings. Fire Wings. Just wing it. All right, Chris, let's wing it. What do you got for question number 1?
March is here, and it starts the MLB season as well as March Madness. Would you rather attend day 1 of the NCAA tournament or opening day at an MLB park?
Well, I would say, thankfully, I've been fortunate to do both at different times. I think the only opening day I've ever been to, ironically, was the opening day of then Pac Bell Park, now Oracle Park in San Francisco. So it was the very first game ever played there. They were hosting the Dodgers, and if memory serves me right, Kevin Elster of the Dodgers hit 3 home runs, and he was not a home run hitter. Dodgers shortstop near the end of his career at that time. So I did that, and I've been to day 1 of the NCAA tournament, or at least round 1, day 1 here at either Arco or Golden One Center. It was great having the tournament here last year, too, and I know it'll be back here sometime soon. I think most people would say the NCAA tournament. Chris, did you ever go to the tournament at Golden One, or you never have?
Mm-mm.
My only, and this is maybe more of a me thing than anyone else, my only beef with the NCAA tournament, I absolutely love the tournament. I love it. I love being there for the games. It's fun. The beginning, I want to see every game. And so when you're at the game, and I found the first time I went to it as a fan, maybe I know it was in college, and so I went to Arco, got tickets, but then I went the next time it was here, I went as a reporter. And I found myself in the media room because I was watching all the other games. And then I would hear cheering. Like if the game that Arco was coming down to the wire, I went out to watch it live, but I also didn't want this buzzer beater, like, oh my gosh, Pitt might lose or whatever the game was. And I wanted to see the finish.
It's
so
kind of like going to a football game when you could watch Red Zone instead.
Yeah. And if you are really into the other games too, like, if UCLA were playing like they were here, like I don't care. Then I'm watching them. Like that's what I want to see. But if it's, and no offense to any other team, if it's Tulane and Syracuse, it's like, cool, that might be a fun game. But, man, North Carolina might lose. I got to see the end of this. So that's the only beef. So I guess my answer would be Major League Baseball opening day, but that feels weird because the tournament's fun.
That's like, I went to what you're describing. I went to the Pac-12 tournament in Vegas. And that was fun, but then thinking about it, I didn't have to worry about any other games. It wasn't March Madness going on.
Right. You just have the game in front of you.
And we were like right next to the student section and stuff like that. So we're making friends with everybody.
And did you get was it one of those things where you saw maybe 3 games or something? Or multiple
2 games.
Okay, 2 games. Yeah. And so that's the way they do it here. There's 2-game session, break, and then come back in. If you have the second session, 2 more games. I had a bunch of family that went last year, just absolutely loved it. I mean, it's a good time at the tournament. I've always have, and it'll be back at Golden One sometime soon. And if you get a chance, you got to check it out. The tournament's fun, but it's weird. It's like I love being at home, and when you got the score in the upper corner, and now that's the first time and only time everybody figures out what True TV is, and between like parking wars or whatever else ends up on that station, but it's like TBS, CBS, TNT, and then True TV.
And what is that? Impractical Jokers right afterwards.
It's like they always show. I'm like, what is this show? Never seen it, but I've seen like 800 commercials for it.
Now that I think about it, there was that weird pawn show on there for like a while.
Yeah.
And it was just like a regular pawn shop. It wasn't like, oh, it's history and stuff like that. It's like, no, it's just a pawn shop.
Just one that got some coverage, that's for sure. All right, let's get to question number 2.
Question 2.
Today is Chris Webber and Yolanda Griffith's birthday. More on that later in Celebrity Birthday. How wild is it that Sacramento had 2 basketball Hall of Famers from the Kings and Monarchs at the same time?
And ironically, I mean, they had more. Really, Vlade was. I think there'll be a time where Tisha will get there. Ruthie, if she's not already.
It's a surprise that she's not already.
Yeah, I mean, Tisha. That to me is one of the things that I think has been a miss. Like, her jersey should be retired and should be in the rafters in Sacramento. Like, she should have had her day here before the Monarchs left. I mean, just to me, honestly, one of my favorite players of any sport, anytime to watch. Tisha was so much fun to watch play. But I don't know that we ever have had a better time in basketball here. We still are searching for it now, and maybe we'll get it. Like, last year was incredible, incredibly fun. It was great. First time the Kings are kind of back and relevant, and all the honors and accolades, and getting the Warriors in the first round, those moments, those memories I won't forget. Game 1, doing a pre-show out there. And Chris, I remember you were there, you were engineering. I'm thinking, well, I know there'll be people out here, but I don't know how many. Wow. I mean, but before the game started, we went till probably game night, which would have been an hour and a half before tip-off. And I remember leaving our set trying to get in. I'm like, it was like a mob. I don't even know how to get through all the people. And what were the people doing? Just hanging out and chanting and making noise and light the beam. And there were a smattering of Warrior fans and taunting them. And I remember being nervous about that too, going, I hope there's not like 25% Warrior fans in here. And I would say it was like 0.1, which was great. I was so happy Sacramento did that. So that, as great as all that was, I mean, the early 2000s when the Kings were trying to win a championship and the Monarchs were one of the best teams in the WNBA, and then ultimately in 2005 when both were playoff teams and the Monarchs won a title, and you had an MVP in Yolanda Griffith, Chris Webber flirting with the MVP. That was probably the best time of basketball here.
We still haven't experienced it yet, but like during the Western Conference Finals, it was a ghost town during the game.
Yeah.
Like nobody was anywhere. They were like, you were either at a bar watching it or you were at home with people watching it.
Yeah, and I remember when some of the numbers came out, like they always have the Nielsen ratings or whatever, and just what Sacramento, like the volume of TVs and the ratings that were watching the game were absurd percentage-wise for the households here. It was either at the game or watching it. No other option.
I remember like having to go and like grab something at the store real quick, and it was like there's nobody.
It was real quick. You're like, I got there and got back. You're already back? Yep, no one was there. That was a great time, and to have those two, they went to the Hall of Fame together, which was really cool. That was a great class because for us in Sacramento to get Rick Adelman, Chris Webber, and Yolanda Griffith at the same time, and the fact that they both have birthdays today, that's really cool. Two legends, two great people, and proud that they were representing Sacramento. And shout out, miss the Monarchs. I hope they come back in some way, shape, or form in some version. All right, let's question number 3.
Question 3.
The Kings do not have a game on Saturday or Sunday this weekend. If you could rewatch just one game from this season to fill the void, which one would it be?
So we got to do a rewatchable. I'd love your candidates here. Maybe we'll ask this to Brendan as well a little bit later, and maybe even Chris and Alan. So no Kings basketball this weekend. You have to rewatch one game from this season. The first one that jumps to my mind, and I don't even know which game it is, but it's really more about the individual. The game at home where Keegan went for 47.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was that Utah? Yeah, it was Utah. Saturday, December 16th. That one jumps out to me. There's been other maybe better wins, but that one came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I think it was the surprise element, and it just kept getting better and better and better. And there was a stretch, because I remember watching it back that same night. Like I came home. I don't think my wife had even seen or saw part of the game. She's like, they win. She goes, they ended up winning. I go, they did. I go, you didn't see it? She goes, no, not the end. I go, and when I turned it back on, I go, oh my gosh, you got to watch this part. And I think we watched a stretch where I can't even remember what Keegan ended up having at the half or at the end of the third, whatever it was. But let's say he had, 28 or no, maybe like 35 at the end of the third quarter. When he scored this bucket at the particular time, Chris, I want to say there was like 3 minutes left in the quarter and Keegan had like 19. And I'm like, oh, we need to watch these last 3 minutes because he is going to get crazy hot here. So that would be
I remember
one.
I was at a Christmas party and they're way out in Roseville, and like it started a little after the Kings started, and I'm like, it's like a 45-minute drive for me. So I'm like, hey, I'm going to be there at 7. I don't care if nobody's there. I want to watch the game.
Oh, at their party?
Yeah. So it's literally me. I walked into the house and like nobody's there.
Hey, turn the game on.
No, I had to turn the game.
You turned the game on. That's hilarious.
But it was one of those moments like, when you're at a party and like a game's on, people are like kind of paying attention, and like you look every once in a while, like try and keep up. And then there was a point when Keegan was going off where everyone's just watching it, just like,
so the
oh
party
my God.
shifted?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool if it gathered everybody's attention at a party. The other one I would think of would be Maybe the win against the Warriors.
Oh,
where
yeah,
Malik
that's
hit the
mine.
game winner.
Yeah.
That was pretty good energy, pretty intense. There's some great road wins. But I think if I had to rewatch one, plus it's far enough removed where there'd still be some elements of it would feel like I know the outcome. I know Keegan was hot. I know Malik hits the game-winning shot. But the Kings were down 22, I think, or 18, something significant. So, to kind of go through it again, it will feel like you're watching a new game in a sense. It's, I don't remember every moment of that game. That's the one you would pick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't at a Christmas party, though, was it?
No, I was there for that one.
You were there for that
Yeah.
one?
In season tournament game. You think I'm going to miss that?
That's right. Come on. Got to get that schedule and that opportunity for next year to see if we can get that banner up. All right. Break time for us when we come back. We will take a look at this game tonight. Ant is questionable. De'Aaron Fox, will he give it a go? What are the key matchups tonight for the Kings and the Timberwolves? We've got all that and more straight ahead here on Sactown Sports.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Welcome to the March Mania sales event at Kia of Vacaville. Get ready for an extraordinary showcase of our 2024 vehicle lineup. Experience the latest in cutting-edge technology, innovative features, and the sleek Kia design that defines excellence. During March Mania, we're excited to offer unbeatable lease options on our top models. Step into the future with the all-new Kia Sportage, where captivating design meets exhilarating performance. Explore the remarkable fuel efficiency of the Kia Niro, a hybrid marvel that extends your journey with every mile. Discover the luxury and versatility of the Kia Telluride, seamlessly blending sophistication with practicality. Don't miss our eco-friendly Kia hybrid options, perfect for those who prioritize efficiency without compromising on style. And with the EV9 in stock, Kia of Vacaville is your destination for electric excitement. Visit us today during March Mania and take advantage of exclusive lease deals and special offers. Model availability, lease options, and features may vary. Please visit the Kia of Vacaville for more details.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
We're in the final minutes of play. Minnesota unbeaten on the home floor this year. Now looking possibly at their first defeat. Fox with a runner in the lane. Add two more to his tally. That's the dagger right there from fourth quarter Pops.
De'Aaron Fox, one of the catalysts in the last time these two teams played in Minnesota. One of the better wins of the year. That's a game that could be a rewatchable. We talked about the Kings not playing this weekend. If you could go back and watch one Kings game to fill the void. Well, that Friday, November 24th game in Minnesota, the Kings gave Minnesota their first home loss. They were 11-3 at the time, 7-0 at home. Kings went in there and beat them and played just beautiful basketball. Great balance all around. Looking at that box score that night, Fox went for 36, 7, and 12 assists. Sabonis had 15, 11, and 5. You had 18 from Barnes. Herter scored 10. Let's see who. Keegan didn't play in that game. Duarte started, didn't score. Let's see. You had Kessler Edwards with 10, and Malik Monk had 17. Sacramento scored 124 and beat the T-Wolves 124-111. T-Wolves came back here, though, and beat the Kings in the second matchup. So tonight, the two teams back at it. Minnesota, what a transformation for the Timberwolves. I was very adamant a year or so ago when the Minnesota Timberwolves made the trade to get Rudy Gobert. I just didn't understand it. I thought the only thing I could see was them picking a different lane. I thought the route of going Gobert and Towns wasn't really fitting the current NBA. But I said, look, they're different, but I didn't like they're different. I thought the best player was Anthony Edwards. They needed to recognize that. And how are they going to sort out the Towns and Gobert kind of tandem at the time, too? They also still had, I believe, D'Angelo Russell. I didn't like the overall makeup of what they were doing. I think what it's shifted last year was Towns was hurt for a good portion of the year, and Gobert kind of got his, himself comfortable in the Timberwolves system. And then when they got Mike Conley, it just really stabilized things for that team. They kind of had the grown up on the roster. They had, when it was Towns and Wiggins and Russell, they didn't have a motor amongst really any of those guys to me. Jimmy Butler got there. Remember, that's the year they finally pushed for a playoff berth, and he wanted out of there when Tibbs, and they've been kind of going through things like the Kings were. I mean, of all those years the Kings missed the playoffs, the team with the worst record in the NBA than the Kings was actually Minnesota, even though they had one trip in the postseason in that stretch. Well, now they're different. They're coached differently. They've got a different roster and personnel, and it's showing as a result this year. If you look at what they were last year overall, they won 42 games. They were 42-40. Nice year. This year, they're 42-17 already. Man. And they are number one in defensive rating. So, I talk a lot about the league where they're trying to do this course correct, maybe at some point get the rules back, maybe more in favor of the defense, because the switch to the offense, everybody's figured it out, and we're getting 125, 130, 140 point games pretty regularly now, and below 100 is abnormal. And so when you say number one defensive rated team, what does that even mean? How great are they defensively? Well, the Kings are going to find out tonight. And, we don't know about the availability yet of De'Aaron Fox or of Anthony Edwards. So two prominent players in each team at least entered the day questionable. We'll check in a little bit more on that with the voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Alan Horton, when he joins us at 8 o'clock. And we also will talk with Brendan Nunes, our Sactown Sports Kings insider, at 9. But in this situation, when you're facing a team that really has, for the bulk of the season, figured it out. I mean, Minnesota's led by Anthony Edwards, but Gobert has his role. You've got a guy like Karl Anthony Towns fitting into his role perfectly. Their most recent game, they had a close call with the Grizzlies, but they won. They continue to win. They're on a heater. And a guy like Jaden McDaniels, who didn't play in that first meeting, is a really, really important piece. A good, prominent wing defender that can spend minutes on Fox or on Keegan Murray, on whoever, Monk, whoever might get hot for the Kings. And that starting lineup of Edwards, Conley, Towns, Gobert, and McDaniels is really, really good. Naz Reid, who a lot of Kings fans know and like, is important to what they do off the bench, and just all the way through. It's a team that's now, when you've established this kind of record, you now believe you're good or know you're good instead of even having to believe it. They know it. And for them, the questions they have to answer is, are they a legitimate title contender? The record would suggest so. The experience says no, but what does that matter? At some point, teams break through. There's always kind of a line of thinking that you kind of have to go through it before you get there. Maybe there's different case studies. I don't think that's a foolproof way to do this. If they end up with the 1 seed and everything has to go through Minnesota, why wouldn't they think that they could win this whole thing? And this almost takes me back to the beginning of the season when we were making predictions on the Kings and really other teams. I had said, look, I really feel like if everything went right, Sacramento could finish as the 1 seed. I also feel like they could finish 11 or 12. That's what I said before the year, because I did think there'd be 11 to 12 teams in the mix. A team that I thought would be in the mix more than they are is Utah, And I did think Memphis would be. Now, injuries have crushed that team, but everyone else that's kind of there, I thought could be in the mix. And I think my reference was Utah. I don't think it was Minnesota, but I said, look, if someone puts it together, there's no reason why Utah couldn't be the 1 seed, or a team like, in this case, OKC or Minnesota. And here they are. They have put it together. They've got the separation from the majority of the Western Conference, not that other tier that's with them in the Clippers, the Nuggets, and the Thunder. But Minnesota has mixed that fine mix of a really good defense with a prominent, efficient offense. And so they are going to be a handful. They will be tough for the Kings tonight. And like we said, impressed that they were 42-40 last year and now 42-17 already this year. Some other things Kings-wise, Domantas Sabonis, I told you yesterday I wasn't thrilled with him coming back into the game the other day when the Kings were going to lose and ultimately did. It ended up continuing his double-double streak, did not get a triple-double in that game, but he finishes the month of February averaging a triple-double for the month. Truly amazing, the statistics that he was able to put up in that month. And then the other one that is heating up right now, the last 4 games for Keegan Murray, he is at 19 points per game. He's rebounding at a pretty decent clip. He's been way more aggressive, which is what I think we all want and continuing to do. So he has to push that, being aggressive. His defense has been great, but his offense, the more they can get from him, that will be special. He's also shot the ball well at 56%. So, and caught a body for Chris's prediction the other day.
It was going to happen.
Yeah, you knew it. You called it. You're going to have another opportunity today on a 3 in the key coming up. But to me, if you're looking longer-term success for the Sacramento Kings, all the role players are important. But I think what Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox in that front office have kind of figured out, or at least deemed to this point, at least in my thinking, is there are 3 benchmark players that they're trying to build on, and that's Fox, that's Sabonis, and it's now Keegan Murray. And, versions of teams can change year to year. This is a good team, but even if it's 1 tweak in the offseason, 2 tweaks in the offseason, and a different starter here or there, you're still, your core is this group. And it's the reference we've talked about with Denver. Denver knew kind of early on it was the Joker with Jamal Murray and most likely Michael Porter Jr. They've mixed in around to find the missing pieces, and it proved to be KCP and Gordon. And that's the group that helped lead them to a championship. That's not the group they started with. That 3-core piece is. And so I feel like that's the parallel, at least the Kings are on. The harder part is identifying those other pieces. Whether that's a bigger name, bigger star, I think the Kings would probably like to add that. But can they? Via trade? Via free agency? Probably not. How do they get that? Or is it developing one of their own? I mean, I think Monk is, closer. Like if Monk next year is inserted into the starting lineup as a trade of, some other players with Fox, with Murray, with Sabonis, and then maybe one other piece, is that the group? That's the question this front office is going to have to ask and hopefully have a good answer for come off season time. So to me, another measurement type game for the Sacramento Kings when you play, a team with a great record, you're playing on the road. These are tough situations. What I want to see the Kings is a compete level for 4 quarters, have a chance to win the game. The way they started against Denver couldn't have been much better for a quarter and nearly a half. And then it was absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. So your last 2 games, you've lost by double digits. Actually, let me see. How many games back can we go? Yeah, more of their losses here lately. They've lost to the Nuggets by double digits, the Heat by double digits. It was a close loss to the Suns before the All-Star break. Thunder got them by 14. Pistons somehow got them by 13. Cavs got them by 26. The Heat the other time got them by 9. So the losses, that group of losses, they got to be more competitive, have chances to win. And tonight, certainly, let's hope they're not shorthanded as we await kind of the latest news on whether or not De'Aaron Fox and certainly Anthony Edwards, that would have a huge impact on Minnesota whether or not he's able to give it a go. All right, we got more on this, like we said, coming up at 9. We'll get the Minnesota perspective on this from their radio voice, Allan Horton. He will be joining us. When we return, the NFL Combine, day 1 is in the books. Day 2 today. It's going to be, the meat market out there, all the drills, people trying to show off the shuttle run to vertical jump to bench press to the 40-yard dash. But we'll look back at some NFL drafts in the past and maybe a mock draft now to see what's going on, the very latest in the NFL as teams continue to transform and make themselves Super Bowl contenders. We'll discuss that next on Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Coors Light, Garner Roofing, and Roseville Kitchen and Bath.
It's Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you want a deal that's a slam dunk, go see the winning team at Folsom Lake Ford. Folsom Lake Ford is your truck headquarters with all your American-made favorites, like America's best-selling F-Series, F-150s, and Super Duties, or spacious new Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports, all in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford, right here in Sacramento. You can buy any new Ford with zero down on approved credit, save big with low interest finance rates, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Check out the huge selection of inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership to see their most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. They'll help you out. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 35 years and counting.
Carmichael Dave, who has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Allan Horton, radio voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves, will join us. He'll tell us how and why it's going so well for Minnesota, as they are the top seed in the Western Conference. Some really good wins this year for them. We will visit with him coming up a little bit later in this show, like we said, in about 15 minutes. And then also at 9 o'clock, Brendan Nunes will join us. We will have celebrity birthdays a little bit later, crosstalk with the guys, and Friday Fun and Games to wrap up this week's worth of shows. Again, we'll lead you to Styles and Watkins today. We will have the Drive Guys this afternoon. Then Kings basketball tonight, the Kings and the Minnesota Timberwolves. So the NFL draft is coming up, and the combine is here. I saw, reading some write-ups on stuff. People stock that went up, people that stock that went down. My thought process and premise and all that stuff at the combine is that would only be a supplement to an idea. Like I would have been a scout that would have watched games, game film, the eye test, maybe some numbers and metrics. I think I would want as much information and data as possible, and that's what you would get from the combine. But maybe if someone ran a faster 40, or hey, their wingspan is larger than we thought, or their hand size is too small. Just some of the details they worry about and the red flags that come out there are just maybe sometimes a little too much. But Chris, the never-ending quest to find the quarterback of your dreams. I was looking up some numbers here and some stats. This was pretty interesting. So apparently we're going to have another mock draft, or a draft class that has a lot of QBs at the top. Everybody's always looking for a quarterback. So I looked back since 2014, the last 10 years of NFL drafts. There are 32 teams in the NFL. What would be your guess? How many of the 32 drafted a first-round quarterback in the last 10 years?
I would say all of them.
You think all of them have?
Yeah.
So I was going to say, are you going to say half or more? You think everybody has? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams total that didn't in the first round. 26 of the 32. This is going to be a total random guess, but any shots in the dark at who didn't draft a first round?
So now that I'm thinking about Green Bay,
they did. Jordan Love.
Oh,
yeah,
he might have been a second round.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know this is a tough one on the spot, but just seeing if you could guess. There's one AFC team, and the 5 are in the NFC.
Oh, so no, because Patriots was first round.
Mac Jones. And some have 2. Some have done it twice. And one might do it a third time this year.
The Jets, obviously.
Yep, Jets are one that did it twice with Wilson and Darnold.
Oh, how about the Seattle?
Seattle. Okay. They're one. Good job.
I'm just trying to think of long-term quarterbacks.
Yeah, and that's not
the
even
Saints.
The Saints haven't either. Yep, that's 2.
Trying to think of that AFC team. Which AFC player has been there for a long time? Buccaneers haven't, have they?
They did. Jameis Winston. But that feels like that's closer to 10 years ago. But yeah, Jameis Winston. You've done well, though. I would say I'll let everybody. So Seattle, Detroit hasn't. Stafford was before 10 years. Atlanta.
Man, that was more than 10 years ago.
New Orleans, Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
And the one AFC team in the last 10 years that hasn't drafted a first-round quarterback, the Raiders.
Oh, see, because I was thinking Derek Carr.
Yeah, but more than 10. Yeah. Let me go back. What year was Carr? Carr would have been, and I think he was the first pick of the second round, if I'm not mistaken. Or was he the last pick of the first round? Derek Carr would have been in 2012 or 2011? Or did I miss Derek Carr on a year where he was? Let me see.
Oh, yeah, he was second round.
First
2014.
2014. Okay.
So 10 years.
Yeah. But looking at teams like Arizona, they've done it twice already, and Josh Rosen and Kyler Murray. You've got Chicago, who might and likely will take Caleb Williams. That'll be in the last 10 years, the third time they've taken a first-round quarterback. Trubisky and Justin Fields.
Wasn't there a pretty good quarterback in that draft?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm trying to think. Maybe he went about 8 picks later. Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. Let's see who else has done it twice. Cleveland, Johnny Manziel, and Baker Mayfield. Neither one is a Brown. One's not even in the league. Houston with Deshaun Watson and now C.J. Stroud.
Johnny Manziel's going to be coming to town pretty soon.
What's he here for again?
The autograph signing with
that's right. That's right. Jacksonville has done it multiple times. They've done it with Blake Bortles and Trevor Lawrence. Bortles. And then New York has done it, the Jets. It was Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson. So again, teams are going to do this. We're going to see this in this draft where people are going to go above and beyond to see if they can find their quarterback. And, looking back at this in the first round picks, let's see. Murray is still in Arizona, and I think they're relatively happy with him. I know he got injured, but Jared Goff drafted by the Rams, already on his second team. Trey Lance drafted by the Niners, already on his second team and not even starting. We mentioned the Fields and Trubisky, and Fields may not be a Chicago Bear. Jordan Love's now getting an opportunity with Green Bay. Minnesota's first rounder was Teddy Bridgewater. He's been on about 6 teams since. Carolina did it with Bryce Young, just going into year 2. Jameis Winston, he's long gone from Tampa. Daniel Jones is in New York. I feel like if they could upgrade, they would. Let's see. Carson Wentz from Philadelphia, multiple teams since. Unfortunately, Washington took Dwayne Haskins. He was the one that was not in the league anymore and was killed, unfortunately, and a tragedy there. Paxton Lynch for Denver, out of the league. He's currently a broadcaster. Mahomes still winning Super Bowls. Raiders haven't done it. Justin Herbert now will be playing with Harbaugh. Lamar Jackson, the last pick of that 5-quarterback draft, and people still want him to go to as a wide receiver. He's now a 2-time MVP. Joe Burrow, solid there with Cincinnati. We mentioned Mayfield and Manziel in Cleveland. Pickett in Pittsburgh. I don't think they're that happy with him. They're always looking to change there. We mentioned Watson and Stroud in Houston. Richardson, I'm intrigued by him with the Colts. I know he got hurt this year. I think he's got pretty high potential. And then you look at the Jacksonville Jags with Blake Bortles and Trevor Lawrence. Mariota, Tennessee Titan, was a first-round quarterback. He has been on multiple teams since. Josh Allen still kicking it with Buffalo. Tua in Miami. And Mac Jones in New England. They would look for the upgrade. The last one, New York, Darnold and Wilson. So the premise being in, the combines, they can do all this stuff, and everybody's still looking for quarterbacks because they're trying to find the Mahomes, the Rodgers, the Brady. It's just what everybody's doing, and everybody thinks they can find it. And this year, when you look at mock drafts, I'm just going to pull up one from NFL.com. You got Caleb Williams, number 1 to the Chicago Bears. So, again, apparently a lot of people love his talent. Now, he's looked great. He was really good at USC. Will he be the guy that can be in that group of elite quarterbacks from years to come? Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders, they need a QB. They're looking at him in the mock draft here, has him going number 2. The 3rd pick, New England Patriots, they need a quarterback. Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. So you've got the top 3 guys going in as QBs. And I still know that McCarthy will be up here somewhere. Yep, number 12 to the Denver Broncos. So a lot of these mock drafts have 4 quarterbacks in the first round, and is it going to go along the line of some of these others that I read? And history would suggest yes, because you give a quarterback. I mean, this is 10 years for the New York Jets of Darnold and Wilson as top 3 picks. And you've moved on. You're going to move on from Wilson. You've moved on from Darnold. And it's Rodgers, and then you're probably going to do another first-round pick. Like, either they're misdrafting, not developing, or what else is it? I mean, and if you could get a proven edge rusher, elite receiver, premier cornerback, would you be better off than just trying to find a quarterback that was drafted by someone else, left out there to be taken like Baker Mayfield last year, and function your offense and make it work just fine? That's why we always talk about there's multiple ways to build a team, but this never-ending quest to get that franchise quarterback has derailed organizations, has made them miss in drafts. And, I think these guys allegedly, I wonder if there wasn't such a need and love for quarterbacks. For example, if, teams that are maybe comfortable with their starting quarterback right now, but not thinking that they've got an absolute need to fill that position, if they were drafting first, and maybe the Bears are that team. Look, they got Justin Fields. They can definitely come back with Justin Fields. They can. And they would be, I guess, this case in study, but they probably feel they just can't turn down Caleb Williams. They better be right on that, because some of these other teams, the 49ers felt Trey Lance was the guy they absolutely had to have. There was a reason behind it. They missed on it, at least for the time being, and maybe somehow, some way, Trey Lance still becomes that great player that he wants to be. You got to get an opportunity. He's still behind Dak. He's not going to play for Dallas right now, at least. And that inexact science of drafting, putting the player in an environment, having them grow, having them understand the position, all the nuance of the position to be a franchise guy. It's really difficult to do. And obviously it's shown with all these missteps in just the last 10 years. And we could go further back because this has not been a new thing for 10 years. It's been for 20 and 25 years and more even of moving up to get a quarterback, ultimately maybe 2 years later to be done with that quarterback and to start the process over again. Some of these have hit, and that's what you're hoping for. But even the ones that kind of hit, you almost go, man, like Kyler Murray's a good example. That was a good pick. But if Arizona could, wouldn't they upgrade? I think they would. That's what makes this very, very challenging. All right, our next hour coming up. Let's get a closer look at why it's been so successful for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Their radio voice, Allan Horton. He will join us when we come back on Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Try NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The nighttime, sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold medicine.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Friday is looking a bit unsettled. We'll have periods of light to moderate rain, on again, off again showers throughout the afternoon and evening. Occasional gusty winds, especially this afternoon and evening with highs in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
If your Medi-Cal is ending, Cover California is here to help. Cover California is a service from the state that helps you get affordable health insurance. In many cases, at no cost to you, just like with Medi-Cal. We have quality health plans and will help you every step of the way to get the one that works for you and your family. So if you're no longer eligible for Medi-Cal, check out Cover California. We'll keep you covered. Learn more at coveredca.com.
So you just used bug spray in your home. Now what? Well, between the waiting and waiting for things to dry up and keeping your family away from the mess, it hits you. You could have used Zevo. Unlike other bug sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean in seconds. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Welcome to the President's Day sale, happening now at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Celebrate with us and get huge savings on our giant selection. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's Old One Report.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got good news. The American Energy Heat and Air $0 HVAC diagnostic has been extended to February 29th. That's right. It expired at the end of January, but want to give you all an opportunity who missed out to get in. It's a $99 value. All right, it's $100, and right now it's free. I don't know how much easier I can pitch that. Normally $100, now $0. Let the American Energy team test your system, your connections, and all the moving parts of that system to make sure it's functioning properly. And you know who's going to be coming to your home? A group of people that have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. A group of folks that have been making the greater Sacramento area proud since 1981. $0 HVAC diagnostic. Normally a $100 value right now at American Energy Heat and Air. Go to AmericanEnergyAir.com or call them to make your appointment. 916-520-9990.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
And brings it up the center of the floor. Net by Holiday. He'll jack up the three and stroke it. Wow. Coming in cold. He stays red hot from deep. Ant drifts off the Anderson screen. Ant looking to drive. Spins in the lane. Top ball away with one hit. He threw it up. He threw it in. Ant's unstoppable. 38 points. Timberwolves lead by 7.
Minnesota will be home tonight. Fans there are loving hearing Allan Horton, their radio voice, longtime radio voice, calls like that because it's a good time in Minnesota. The number 1 seed, Minnesota Timberwolves. Jason Ross here, now joined by Allan Horton here on our Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Allan, good morning. How are you?
Jason, that always gets me fired up, hearing some of my own highlights and my team doing well. It's been a few years since the Wolves were in this position. In fact, they really never have been in this position before. Even in the 2004 run to the Western Conference Finals, they had to win 9 in a row to end the season to kind of gain that top spot over, I think, the Kings. And so, this is the Wolves have been setting franchise records throughout the year. So it's been a lot of fun.
And the highlights I chose, I did it on purpose because I wanted to ask you. This was back on November 6th, so early in the season. That was the Boston game at home. You guys won in overtime, and look, you guys have 42 wins. There's a lot of good wins this season already, but that one, it was very early, but I went, oh, wait a minute. What's going on with Minnesota? Like, that one caught my attention, and then the record kept going. Was that maybe one of those early nights where you go, hey, there might be something special here?
That one was electric right from the opening tip, and the Wolves came away with a win that night. Ant, rose to the occasion against Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And then I think the Wolves backed it up later around Christmas when we went to Boston. They lost that game, but it was also in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And so the two best teams in the NBA have gone to overtime both times, and it's been really good games. But you're right, that was an early kind of barometer where you win that game and you're like, okay, this, we know Boston is good. They've got the track record. Now can you play at this high level at a consistent rate and not have some letdowns against some lesser teams, which is really the problem last year. They just couldn't beat the 5 worst teams in the NBA. There were about 10 losses in there between those 5 teams, which is just, sunk their season. But I think you're right. That was a really big early season barometer against a really good team.
So how did you guys go from 42-40, which there's nothing wrong with that last year, to 42-17 right now? What a drastic change.
I was thinking about this, Jason. I think it's kind of similar to what the Kings did last year, right? I mean, you guys jumped to the 3rd seed after a 30-something win the year before?
Yeah.
So, there's this big jump that you have. You guys did it with offense. The Wolves have basically done it with defense. I mean, the Kings had that number 1 record-setting offense last year, and the Wolves are on this incredible pace on the defensive end of the floor. The gap between the number 1 defense and the number 2 defense is the greatest in the NBA since we started having play-by-play data, which was 28 years ago. So it's really that's how you can kind of judge how good a defense is, because those numbers keep going up and up as offenses continue to rise every single year. But that gap between 1 and 2, I think, shows you how good the Wolves have been defensively. And it started with Rudy Gobert. Last year was, this is what they were hoping for last season when they acquired Rudy Gobert. It didn't happen. It was a big adjustment for Rudy. He didn't play as well. He was a bit banged up to start the season. Cat missed 50-plus games with a calf injury. It just all didn't come together. They didn't quite have the right group. At that point, they still had D'Angelo Russell as their starting point guard. They jettisoned him at the trade deadline, got Mike Conley, who has been an absolute savior, and they just locked him up for 2 more years. This guy is just, Jason, I've been in the NBA for 18 years now, 17 with Minnesota. I've just never come across another player quite like Mike Conley. What he brings on the floor, what he brings off the floor, how he brings his teammates together, how he is in the community, how he is with his family. He's a very unique player in this league and a unique person as well. And he's made a huge difference.
Yeah, it's so funny when, obviously when the trade deadline happened last year, Alan, I mean, we had legends of the game move. I mean, we had Kyrie Irving going to Dallas, Kevin Durant to Phoenix, and those are all the kind of things that are going to catch headlines. Westbrook changes teams. These are guys that have been MVPs or in conversation. And the Conley move, wasn't even talked about league-wide. And then once you see the results of it, and look, he's been a good player. He's been an all-star. I can't think of a better fit in a trade where there's bigger names, but the fit was perfect for you guys.
There's no doubt about it. And D'Angelo Russell brings some different things. He's a different personality. It has different aspects to his game. And the Wolves, needed something exactly opposite, which was Mike Conley. Just someone who's a pass first, get people involved, understands the game, understands what the coach wants him and his team to do. And just the way he handles himself, it was just a complete 180. And it was the perfect fit for the Timberwolves. It basically brought everything together. And another guy that was in that trade that was kind of a throw-in, and if nobody's talking about Mike Conley, you're right, all those big names moving around at the trade deadline, then nobody was ever even mentioning Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who has turned into a super six-man, not only for his Canadian national team, but also for the Timberwolves. I don't put too much stock. I don't go overboard on the defensive field goal percentage that the NBA keeps track of. When you hold the guy who's shooting against you to a low shooting percentage, I think there's a lot of kind of gray area in that. But it is what it is. He's ranked in the top 5 all season long. He's been unbelievable defensively. He's arguably the Wolves' best defender along with Jaden McDaniels. So the Wolves got really 2 key pieces in that deal and gave up just D'Angelo Russell, and they end up getting 3 second-round picks back, which they have since used a few of them to try to move up in the draft and get some other guys. But a really good move pulled off by Tim Conley.
We're talking with Allan Horton, the longtime radio voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves here on the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. So you brought up the defense. Metrics-wise, they are number 1 in that gap, that separation that you talked about. Very significant. I say a lot of nights in the NBA, because more nights than not, you're playing, we see 135 to 131, 128 to, it's pretty common. And I'm like, who is good defensively? Well, you guys are. So what is a good Minnesota Timberwolves night of defense look like?
It's just making the opponents basically miserable. You can see the body language change throughout the game when they just kind of get frustrated. Every shot is a difficult shot. And sometimes when you do get the open look, I think there's pressure on teams, extra pressure to knock those down because they realize it's so hard. Points are so hard to come by. The Wolves don't give up a lot of points in the paint. They're in the top 5 in that category. They've become a really good defensive rebounding team, not as good as the Kings, who are number 1, but they're limiting second chance points. They don't allow teams to get out and fast break and kind of get some of those easy points, right? Fast break points, second chance points, shots at the rim, points in the paint. Those are easy points that gets offenses going. And when you don't get those and you force teams into contested mid-range or contested threes, it can be a long night. I mean, sometimes you run into some hot shooting and teams are just flat out, offenses are clicking and you can't stop them. But for the most part, the Wolves aren't playing those 120 and 130 point games. They're down at 100 or 110, which, translate back to when we were growing up, Jason. That's like in the 80s and 90 point games. That's how much the game has changed over the last couple of decades. They've got really good defenders who Chris Finch says they just flat out love to defend. And it shows. And their offense it's been a middle of the road offense all season. They've had some ups and downs where you think things are kicking in. Like right before the All-Star break, the Wolves had a great stretch of offense, but then the All-Star break hit and that threw everything out of whack. But they're reliant on their defense, and that's what's carried them to this 42 wins so far.
I know we're still, several hours from tip-off for tonight, but we're hearing word about Kyle Anderson maybe doubtful for tonight. Anthony Edwards, though, questionable. Do you have a status update on either of those two?
Well, Ant hurt his ankle in the Tuesday night game against San Antonio. He kind of, it was a non-contact injury, kind of caught his toe on the floor and just twisted his own ankle. Had to come out of the game, but came back, played the second half. Then he played again on Wednesday. And so, that's the tough part about the injury report is that, teams will leave that injury on there just in case there's the 5%, 1%, 8% chance that, something acts up. And they've got that to fall back on. Because if you take that off, and then all of a sudden, right before the game, somebody tweaks, re-injures it, it wasn't on, you're now at risk for getting who knows how, $20,000, $25,000, $50,000. I know that's not a lot to guys like you and me, Jason, but, for the team, they care about that kind of stuff. And so Sometimes it's on there more for precautionary. I would expect Anthony Edwards to be suiting up. Now, Kyle's injury did keep him out last game, and so he is, I think he was upgraded to doubtful, so, we'll see where he's at.
One of the things I would say probably a lot of people, when they look at the Timberwolves and see what their record is, and they certainly have to acknowledge how, and as tough as the top 10 in the West have been, everybody above 500, I think people would point to Allen when they get to the postseason. How dangerous are they because of lack of experience? Is that a fair point to bring up on Minnesota, or what would be your pushback on that?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely fair. It's interesting to see, and I don't know if you guys went through this last year with the national attention. You all of a sudden, Timberwolves fans are loving life, right? They're in the number one Western spot, and they don't get on Christmas, and they're not talked about on TNT. Stephen A. Smith isn't blabbering about them on First Take and all those kind of shows. And they say, hey, where's our talk? Where's our talk? Well, be careful what you wish for, because they don't know anything about Minnesota. They haven't been following it. All they did was rip the Rudy Gobert trade from 2 years ago and said it can't work. And so when they do start to talk about you, that's what they say. They say, we'll have to see in the postseason. How, last time we saw Rudy in the playoffs, he got played off the floor, and the Clippers, a couple of years ago, came back and beat the Jazz with that unbelievable second half in which Rudy was just running all over the floor and got exposed. But he didn't have the kind of defense that he has around him now. But I think all those things are fine, and Chris Finch will embrace this as well. Yeah, they have to improve it in the postseason, and there might be some questions. I don't know if it's experience, because I think the last 2 years, the Wolves have played really competitive first-round series. They lost to Denver in 5 games last year, 6 games to Memphis the year before that. And they're bringing in Mike Conley and Rudy Gobert, who have plenty of playoff experience. So I think the experience is there. I think it's all going to matter about the matchup and how the Wolves fare against, whoever it might be. It could be the Kings in the first round. It might be Denver in the second round. There's some really good teams, and it's gonna, the regular season is the regular season. You can get by only facing, Denver 4 times a year, because that means you got, 78 games against other teams. But when you get locked into that 7-game series, now everything's on the line. It'll be interesting. I think matchup will depending on what the team is, will dictate more of the Wolves' success than anything.
And obviously, you guys have had more success basically than anybody in the West at 42-17 amongst the West that you could play. Like, is there one that matchup wise that you've maybe seen more of a trouble for the Timberwolves?
It's so funny. We've been focusing so much on the top 4 and finishing in the top 4 and looking at it's been this battle for a couple of months with Oklahoma City and Minnesota, and the LA Clippers are faltering a little bit, and Denver's coming on strong. So we've been focused on that top 4 and just making sure the Timberwolves have at least a first round home playoff series. And I haven't looked too far down the standings of what kind of a matchup might work best. I mean, tonight will be telling because Sacramento and Minnesota split the first 2 meetings. They've each won on the other's home floor. The Wolves took 3 out of 4 last year from the Kings. But I thought one of the really impressive performances was when Sacramento came to Minnesota earlier in the year. The Wolves were flying high. Sacramento was on the second of a back-to-back, and they just played spectacularly. I thought I was really impressed with the way Mike Brown had that group flowing, because that was a really good win, I thought, for the Kings.
Yeah, and it's been a little bit of a strange year here, kind of what you said. I think there's a lot of parallels where the Kings fans have a little bit of that, hey, talk about us, but then when you're not talking about, it kind of like they want more attention, more love, and then when they get it, they're not saying the right things about the Kings. And the Kings have basically the same record as a year ago, but they were the 3 seed. Now they're kind of scratching and clawing right there around 8. So it just shows you how much better the West is this year.
It's unbelievable, and your offense isn't quite where it was last year, but the numbers are pretty similar to what they did last year. It's just that the rest of the league has just gotten, saw that what the Kings were doing and say, hey, we gotta juice up our offense too to compete. It's crazy how good some of these teams are, and it's just it's the national people. Be careful what you wish for, like I said. Because also they haven't been focusing in, and they can't actually talk about how good Anthony Edwards has been this year, or Karl Anthony Towns accepting his role, or Rudy Gobert and what he's doing defensively, how he's deterring shots. He deters shots that people don't even want to take because they dribble into the paint. They look at the big man, they say, "I'm out of here. This guy's blocking 2.5 shots a game, and we can get a better look." And then next thing you know, that shot clock is expired. So they don't have the expertise on the actual team, and I'm sure it was like that in Sacramento last year. where they're just, they have to prove it to us in the postseason. And that's because that's what you default. You don't know anything more to talk intelligently about how good the team has been.
What do you see if we're 3 years from now, 4 years from now, for a guy like Anthony Edwards, who already has just blossomed into just a terrific young player? I think he's 22 still.
Still 22.
Man, I mean, where is he going to be, Alan, in 3 years, let's say, from now?
Well, if you graph his development right now, it'd be a straight line, a diagonal line of improvement every single year. I mean, his numbers have gone up. Starting this year, his first 3 years, all his points, his rebounds, assists, his blocks, his shooting numbers from 2, from 3, from the free throw, they've all gone up every single year. This guy is just relentless in his determination to be one of the best players in this league. And he has added things to his game that are very similar to Michael Jordan. And if you're going to try to emulate someone, I guess in this game, that's a pretty good person to pick. I mean, Michael, Kobe, whoever you want, but Ant's even wearing the kind of the wristband that's up around his elbow, like on his forearm where MJ used to wear it. Ant has picked up this mid-range turnaround bank shot off the glass that Michael would do so often. And Kobe, of course, adopted that shot as well. I don't know where he can end up because it's been incredible. And Jason, there are times in the game where the Wolves will build a big lead and then he starts to try to bank in threes. I mean, that's where he's at with this game. Like, that makes me a little nervous. He knows they haven't accomplished anything. He's got the right mindset. But in those games, even up by 20, he has said he's gonna start shooting left-handed. He's gonna start banking in threes. That's also a sign that Chris Finch is like, okay, you're done. This game is over. You're coming to the bench. But it's amazing. And of course, he's got this such electric, dynamic personality where every time he talks to the media, you're just engrossed in what he is saying because he's just got this great young personality that just kind of bubbles through. It's been incredible. And I mean, the improvement in his game is remarkable, and it's scary to think of where this team is going.
I'd be curious, Alan, too, that in the general area, there are choices. You got lots of other opportunities out there, from college teams to the Vikings and the Twins, to different parts of the year. Where are the T-Wolves kind of landing now in the sports landscape of people in your area?
Yeah, starting to make their mark. It's been a rough, decade, 2 decades. It's the playoffs were a good taste the last couple of years, but I tell you what, and I think you guys can probably, Kings fans can probably relate to this. When you get ownership and you get your front office in line, you get the right coach in here with the right culture building, and then you get the right players. It all kind of flows in sort of this circle, right? Like this is the best the front office has been and most stable. The coaching staff as well. The culture is just at a point that I've never seen before. There's no drama with players, with coaches. There's really no infighting. There's no kind of drama that we saw last year, quite frankly, when Jaden McDaniels is punching a wall and breaking his ham in the final game of the regular season, when Rudy Gobert is punching Kyle Anderson in the chest during a timeout. Wow. There's none of that this year. And that's really amazing. That I think goes to Chris Finch's leadership, is how they've been able to move on from that. Like, that's not something like we come to blows. I don't know. I mean, you punch me, Jason, or I punch you. I think it might take a little while to figure things out, especially when you're dealing with hard-headed, successful people like NBA players are. But they've moved past that, and those guys are really tight now. And that camaraderie is kind of shine through. So fans are starting to show up in droves. Home games are now, on a Tuesday night in February, when the temperature is 10 below outside. Ugh. The lower, things are packed now, as opposed to, maybe 5,000 or 7,000 people not showing up because of the weather and because of the way the team is playing. And it's only building towards this crescendo in the postseason.
I want to go back really quickly on that point you made. I forgot about that Gobert and Anderson incident. And you're right, because I think personally out here that completely derailed the Warriors last year. I mean, I know they still got to the playoffs and beat the Kings, but I just knew that the internally, the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, something was going to have to change, and they moved on from Jordan Poole and whatever. They moved on with them. But for those guys to stay on the same team, still be on the team this year and thriving, that says a lot about them and how everything was handled.
Yep. It's it really is this culture of just kind of winning and everybody on the same page. And when players see that from the coaches and coaches see that faith from the front office, it all kind of flows together And I like to think the radio guy kind of holds it all together. That's the glue that kind of meshes all those things together.
I can confirm that, Alan. I can confirm it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck on the call tonight, and certainly in the postseason. I mean, that's nice to say. Like sometimes, well, you got to get there. When you're 42-17, you're getting there. That's a nice spot to be in.
Yeah, I think I looked at Basketball Reference and saw the playoff. I've been looking at that occasionally, but I try not to look at it. But it kind of shows 100% when you get to this. And it's been there for about a month or so. But I'll still yet to believe it. But they've already tied their win total from all of last year. 42-40, now 42-17. It's just been it's kind of a little mind-boggling. And sometimes you don't step back and kind of look at it and appreciate it because the team is in that grind. The record doesn't matter because they've got to practice the next day, then a shoot around, then a game, then we're on a flight, then you got a shoot around, then you're getting some sleep, and that you're just in this routine. And so sometimes you do not look back and step back from a second and just realize, holy cow, got a 1-game lead over the Thunder. We're top of the West. It's been remarkable.
Well, that's probably it, right? Boston's got an 8-game lead. They're going to win the East. Where you guys, I mean, you're getting pushed. Thunder are there. The Nuggets, the champs are a game and a half back. So you guys have to keep going. I think that's a good spot to be in.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot for being 42-17. It feels like there's a ton of pressure because if you have a bad week, you could be out of the top 4. Well, maybe get to that 4 spot.
Yeah.
You could drop really fast if you drop a game or two.
Yeah. Well, best of luck tonight, Alan, and the rest of the way. We really appreciate your time, and keep up the great work.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That's Allan Horton joining us there on the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. What a spot to be in for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah, there's some jealousy there, some envy of what they've got going. Why not? 42-17. I mean, 42-40 last year to 42-17. But again, sticking with it, kind of had a plan. Identified the core players. Is this a common theme we've been talking about? I know everybody always wants to constantly change teams, and you need to. I mean, you can't just say, hey, it's always going to be fine. There were some subtle tweaks in there along the way, and I think the big one really was Mike Conley, and he said it. They drafted Anthony Edwards. They knew he was the piece. They already had Towns. He's very important to what they're doing. The trade for Gobert. All right, let's get it all sorted out. Finding the nuance of a guy like Kyle Anderson, Jaden McDaniels, important role players there. And then what he talked about getting Mike Conley is kind of that finishing piece of what he has meant, his leadership, his just professionalism, his likability, what he does in the community, what he does for the team and also as a player. Look, he's a good player. And so Minnesota's good. This is a really good basketball team. And he's so right. And the parallels of what maybe Minnesota, OKC, New Orleans, I think Sacramento, all of us kind of go through is it happened again today. Like, again, I think it was just a segment ago while Alan was on, they were talking about, better chance of advancing the Warriors of the Lakers. They are team 9-10. 9-10. The Lakers are 10 games back of Minnesota. The Warriors are 10.5 back of Minnesota. They're not catching the Timberwolves, but because they're the smaller market, because we haven't seen them do it, we don't talk about them at all. I mean, I get maybe the Kings as the 8. New Orleans are currently the 6. But OKC is 2 and Minnesota is 1. Why aren't they getting more attention? Number 1 defense. That metric was interesting what Alan said too. I did not realize the gap from them as the number 1 defense to the number 2 is larger than any other spot in offense, defense around the league. So they've established an identity. And in a league that doesn't have a lot of great defensive players and or teams, if that's what you're building your team on as a middle, like they're doing it opposite than a lot of teams. They've got the number 1 defense and a middle of the road offense. And that's worked. And we all know, seemingly, defense has a bigger impact come postseason time. I know the saying defense wins championships. I think there's some truth to that. Obviously, you've got to have some sort of offense and some great defensive players to do all that in any sport. But good for Minnesota for kind of sticking with a plan, identifying a plan, going through with it, and turning that into the biggest opportunity that they possibly can. So the Minnesota Timberwolves and Sacramento Kings meet for the 3rd and final time tonight. I think that's right. They don't play again here. I don't believe so. I think it's one of the teams the Kings play 3 times. And they've split so far with the Kings getting one of their better wins, as Alan said, in Minnesota, and Minnesota getting the win here a few weeks back or several weeks back. I think the big difference in that one, too, Jaden McDaniels was available. and he makes a difference. Yeah, this is the last time these two teams play. Even looking at Minnesota's schedule, they've handled basically everybody. The one to watch, I think, going to the end, they play Denver 3 more times. So Denver can still get to the spot that they want if they get that done. Then that will be fun to watch. Guys like Gobert and Towns against Nikola Jokic. All right, still to come on the show, we've got who's hot and who's not. We'll have a 3 in the key for the Kings and Timberwolves for tonight. But when we come back, kind of going off what Alan said, and certainly something Sam Amick said yesterday when he joined us. And again, if you ever miss anything from any of our shows, any interviews that you look forward to, like that one we just had with Alan, you can go back to our podcast page on SactownSports.com and listen at your own convenience whenever you'd like. But Sam Amick yesterday talked about, when we were talking about the West and certainly about the Kings, he said basically he thinks the Kings are good, not great, not a team that's feared. And if you go back to last year, remember Golden State, there was a lot of talk that the Warriors and others wanted to get to the 6th seed because everybody kind of wanted Sacramento. The philosophy was, hey, look, they're new at this. They got a great offense, wonder about their defense, but their lack of experience. I don't know how many teams are trying to get to 8 to face Minnesota. I don't know how many teams are trying to get to 7 to face OKC. But Sam talked about the Kings not being feared. Are they feared? Should they be feared? And who is in the Western Conference? We'll discuss that when we come back here on Sactown Sports.
Here is the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Deebo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Discover your dream home at Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. A talented team of home services experts is ready to make your projects a breeze. No more endless internet searches. Find your contractors in one place. Enjoy stress-free service absolutely free, with no hidden costs and no accounts to set up. Transform your living space into something extraordinary. Visit Subcontractors United today and experience the joy of hassle-free home improvement. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division title, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and all NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Coors Light, Garner Roofing, and Roseville Kitchen and Bath.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
The foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. When aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
For beginning golfers, not getting into bad habits gives you a much better chance of enjoying the game and shooting lower scores. John Howells in Golf Monthly says these mistakes should be avoided. First, know your club distances. Take your yardages not from your best or worst shot, but somewhere in the middle. And no dancing allowed. Swaying in the backswing is a common fault, which forces you to compensate in the downswing. Mastering impact. Trust the loft on the club face and don't try to lift the ball. Club face control. For right-handers, take care to set the perfect grip with 2 V's between thumb and forefinger pointing to your right shoulder. Bunker shots. Many struggle here because they fail to open the club face before hitting the shot. Turn the club before you take your grip. And finally, learn how to read greens and hole more putts. Even on a miss, putts that miss above the hole offer more chance of holding the putt. Now go out and have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Looking at footage up here on, First Take of Tom Brady filming himself being timed in the 40-yard dash. Probably here recently, but he outran his 22-year-old self from the combine. The thing that stood out to me, and I think I don't even remember what he ran in the combine, Chris, but we were watching the footage of him at the combine.
I think the combine was like 5'2".
Was it really?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, everybody runs differently or whatever. And there's some people that just run where it looks like they're giving an all-out effort. It looked like he was just slightly more than jogging.
What's weird is he looked older
back then
than he did now. He looked like the dad at the company picnic playing football with the kids.
Yeah, but kind of athletic, but not you're like, he probably played something in his day, but running for the first time in months or something. And also the shorts were and shirt oversized, very baggy, everything, long knee length. You said it looks like he's wearing khakis.
It does.
Yeah. And then yesterday, his shirt's more tight, form fitting, and he's right. He looks great. And I believe that he ran back. Does Rich Eisen still run? Remember how he runs the 40?
Oh yeah.
In a suit. He was doing that for a while.
Was it did he get hurt or was it Darren Ravel?
Probably Darren Ravel.
Darren Ravel looked like he looked like an alien that just heard what running was 15 seconds before he started.
Who was he? Was he guarding somebody one-on-one or a celebrity game that he looked really awkward in?
Yes. Let me find that.
Yeah, because there's something that stands out about that. And when you find that video, I don't remember I can't put my finger on what it was, but I think once you find the video, you'll know for sure. Welcome back here to the show. Thanks again to all of you joining us here. Happy Friday. Jason Ross, Christopher Laud with you. Carmichael Dave is on the mend, feeling better. Hopefully he's back with us next week, maybe Monday or Tuesday. Who knows, as he continues to feel better. Kings are in action tonight. We'll have Brendan Nunes, our Sactown Sports Kings insider, joining us to start the next hour. Plenty to discuss with Brendan, as well as the Kings. We are in a spot whether or not De'Aaron Fox is going to play tonight, whether or not they can handle this Minnesota Timberwolves team. Did you find it yet, Chris?
I see one he played Big Cat from Barstool, but I don't know if that's the one.
Okay, but there's something like I feel like he's doing like some sort of like
he's really crouched down.
Yeah, but like even like hunched and like has like an arm, like it's like, wait, what are you doing? Are you acting, or are you trying to defend somebody? It's just a weird look. Yeah, it might be the Barstool guy. I don't know. But something embarrassing happened in that clip. I don't remember what it was.
It might be a couple, because I found one of him with Kristaps Porzingis.
And what does he do?
He's the
yeah. It's just I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you.
No, you're not. All right. So yesterday, when Sam Amick was on, I asked him, just kind of who he thought amongst all the stuff that could come out of the West, kind of poking fun at the national shows for saying, the Lakers and the Warriors. And, to be honest, if they're there, they got a chance. But they haven't played like that kind of team for the bulk of the year, whereas Minnesota, OKC, even now Denver and the Clippers have established that separation, have looked like some of the best teams in basketball. We know Phoenix has capabilities, New Orleans, Dallas, Sacramento, the whole list. But Sam's kind of thought was on the Kings, and I think it was fair. I don't think he was, there's anything wrong with his comment. And he said, the way I look at the Kings and look at them as a good team, but a team that, might be in the play-in, might get a first-round series, but unless it's a completely perfect matchup, probably doesn't have much of a life past that, and is truly not a team that is feared. And I got to thinking about that, and I don't think Sam's wrong by any means. I don't know that anybody would look at Sacramento and go, that is a team we can't beat 4 times out of 7. Now, I'm sure the Kings are going to have that same philosophy, but there isn't a genuine fear of Sacramento. And maybe the fear last year, if there was one, was, man, this offense is so good. That pace is so tough to handle. We could probably exploit some weaknesses defensively, but if they shoot well and get playing at their pace and their terms, that will be a tough team to beat. Whereas this year, you've got guys that are playing well, like Keegan's better. De'Aaron Fox is having a good year. DeMont is having an amazing year, but it doesn't quite feel the same as far as even an element of fear/respect on the Kings. But who else would you be afraid of? And as I look at this, I was a little surprised that Sam thought a team like the team he was looking at to come out of the West was a team like OKC. He just really believes in what they're doing, offense, defense. And maybe unfair, I went to kind of the lack of experience as an angle because I haven't seen it before. Doesn't mean they can't do it. I know the Kings have played them well, and I get influenced by the times I see teams in person. And when I've seen OKC in person, I see pieces that I like, but I haven't personally been wowed by them. But when you're 41-18, you're doing some amazing things. I was not that high on Minnesota at all last year, at all. Now that they've formed what they've got, the addition of Conley and just even the other pieces around and really locked into an identity of a defensive team, they're a problem. Anthony Edwards just keeps getting better. Edwards and Gobert have kind of figured out their routine. And so they're a team I think that should be shown respect. I still have probably the appropriate amount of fear for Denver and the Clippers. And after that, I think the Phoenix Suns are beat up, and maybe that's where the standings are. I still think there should be more league-wide concern about the Pelicans for me. I think they showed last year when they were healthy, they were the 1 seed, and then all of a sudden they completely fell apart. We know what they've done to the Kings, right, this year. We personally here see the 4 convincing wins that they've had. I think that's a good team. And I think if they kind of get right, I think they could get to the conference finals. I really do. I like New Orleans makeup. Of those other teams like Dallas, I see flaws. I see flaws in Phoenix, even the Lakers and Warriors that are further down. And the top 4 are all pretty good. But I think of that next group, I think New Orleans is pretty good, is pretty solid all the way through. Maybe they don't have that elite superstar, but Zion, we were ready to make him that. Ingram is really good. Valanciunas, the depth, the role players, the length off the bench, the defenders, the shooters. Home court's not that daunting, but I think they're good. I think that's a team to watch out for if it falls in the right way. So I don't know that if you're the Kings, you should ever fear anyone, but the fact that kind of that was the label that Sam put on them, I think is probably right about the Sacramento Kings. And the only way to change that is to start playing better, is to become the closest version of the team they think they can become. A better defensive team with that supreme, efficient, paced, high-octane offense. And the offense at times has been pretty good, but it's a lot like the whole year. There's times in all of this where the defense has been better, where the starting five has looked really good, where they've looked like they could beat anybody. There's times. Not enough of them. And then there's the times where we all get frustrated and go, man, why did they lose by that many points? Why did they lose to that team? Why was the setup in their favor and they lost yet again? Tonight, not necessarily in their favor. This will be a tough one. We'll see what they do against the Timberwolves. We've got more on that coming up. Remember, in our final hour, we will have Brendan Nunes, our Sactown Sports Insider. Also, Friday Fun and Games. All that is coming up in our final hour. But next, let's ask the question of who's hot and who's not. Also, we'll not recap. We'll have a prediction for our 3 in the key for the Kings and Timberwolves game tonight. We'll do all that and so much more straight ahead here on Sactown Sports.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, Sacramento, guess what? It's an extra special year, a leap year, and we're making every second count at Elk Grove Kia. Get ready to leap into savings like never before. February might be the shortest month, but our deals are anything but short on value. We're slashing used car prices so you can take home your dream Kia today. And speaking of dreams, leap into this deal with the Kia Forte for just $19,988. It's sleek, it's stylish, and it's waiting for you to drive it home. But wait, there's more. Lease the stunning Kia Seltos for only $199 per month. Yes, you heard it right. A brand new SUV for just $199 per month with approved credit and a down payment of $3,595 plus taxes and fees. This deal is too good not to take the leap. Drive away in style with the Kia Seltos. But hurry, our inventory is limited and these deals won't last forever. Visit us at Elk Grove Kia, conveniently located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com and leap into savings today. Only at Elk Grove Kia.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who is hot? Christopher Loud, who's hot?
Wembanyama.
Who?
Wembanyama.
Wait.
Victor Wembanyama.
Don't we have a sounder for Victor Wembanyama?
Maybe.
Because every time we talk about Victor Wembanyama, we say... Wembanyama?
Well, what?
Is he hot?
This month, he has had 50-plus assists, 45-plus blocks, 25-plus made threes, and 20-plus steals. No one in the history of the NBA has ever done that in 1 month. And it's probably not going to be the last time he does it either.
No. All right, give me those numbers again for the month.
50 or more assists, 45 or more blocks, 25 or more threes, and 20 or more steals.
Okay, I was trying to do that. We just bragged about Sabonis earlier, averaging a triple-double for the month. So he check on the assists, easy. How many or more blocks?
45.
How many is your guess of blocks for the month for Sabonis?
How many games have the Kings played?
See,
Probably
1, 2,
12.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, so I would say...
So he had, how many did he have? More than 45, but did he have 45?
No. I would say 10.
10? No, how many did Victor have?
I don't... Geez, you're asking me these questions that I don't know.
Well, I know you said he had 45 or more. That's okay if you don't know. You said 10 for Sabonis?
Yes.
In half. He had 5. 5 blocks. All right, what was the next thing he did?
25 or more threes.
Okay, let's do a guess on Sabonis. What do you think?
I'm going to say 3.
4.
Oh.
Okay. And then what was the other one?
20 or more steals.
Okay. What's your guess?
I'm going to say 3.
He had 14.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, he did average the triple-double, but what Victor Wembanyama is doing, and I mentioned it, I forgot to bring this up. I had mentioned the night that he was here, he almost did the 5x5 game, which hasn't happened that much in the history of the league. The very next night, he did it, where it's 5 or more points, which he's always going to get that. 5 or more rebounds. Got it. 5 or more assists. Cool. 5 or more steals and 5 or more blocks. The 5x5 games hadn't happened since 2019.
I mean, in 4 or 5 years, he might even like average something like that.
Oh, he's going to do that all the time. He's going to have, I bet, 100 of those in his career.
Oh, yes.
Because the points and rebounds in the bag every night, and probably close to the assists. I think he actually missed it the night on assists. It's whether he can get the 5 steals. 5 blocks won't be that, unheard of. So, man. Okay. So, yeah, he would be hot. And they got to win, a surprise win over OKC yesterday.
Yeah.
Who's not?
Well, we said the other day that the Washington Wizards needed to go to LA and win so that they could avoid going winless for the month. They were tied. They went to overtime, but they lost to the Lakers 134-131. That is their 11th loss in a row. They are 9-50 on the season for the worst record in the NBA.
On a team after in a league where the team that had the worst losing streak in the history of the league doesn't have the worst record anymore. Detroit's like, yes, it's not us. Oh my goodness. You know who had a good game last night? Let me see what he's been doing lately. Was former number 2 pick of your Sacramento Kings, Marvin Bagley, at least statistically.
His grandfather?
Marvin Bagley III.
Oh, yeah. Got you.
Well done. Oh, wow. Let me look at this. Oh, that's when he's... Oh, my goodness. I just came across something that I did not realize. Okay. Holy moly. All right. Marvin Bagley. Let's start with what I was talking about last night. 23 points. That's fine. 4 rebounds and assists, 2 blocks. He had 20 the game before against the Warriors. I did not realize this, Chris. My goodness. All right. So Marvin Bagley's year. This is just Marvin Bagley. I'm going to need a second to count. And I could probably do this quickly here. So he started with the Detroit Pistons.
Uh-huh.
He's now on the Washington Wizards. So this is what hit me. I'm looking at his. So these are games he's played. His game log, not the 2 teams combined. In November, he was 2-2.
Not bad.
Things were good. I'm sorry, that was October. He was 2-2. Now let's go to November. This is part of the streak for the Pistons. 0 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 0 for 14. And he lost the last game in October. So he's lost 15 in a row. But does it get better? No. Let's go to December. 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 3, 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 6. So now we're at 21 losses in a row. His last 2 games that he played in January for Detroit, lost. Is that 23? Now he goes to the Wizards. Loss. That's 29 in a row. Then he won 2. And now they're on the losing streak of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he has 4 wins this year.
That's wild. He's got to have the longest losing streak as a player, right?
I would think so.
Like,
let me see, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 4-38 is Marvin Bagley. He also was with the Kings. Like, he might have the worst win-loss percentage of any player, like, in recent memory. I mean, to go from the Kings in some lean years to the worst Pistons team ever, well, at a time, and then now the Wizards. Yikes. Okay. Well, anyway.
Stinky.
Yes, indeed. All right, it's that time. Let's make some predictions for tonight. That means it's time for 3 in the Key. Me and you, Chris, on this one. All right, we're going to do a little combo on this first category. We are looking for the first and last made baskets tonight for your Sacramento Kings. So who will hit the first one? Who will hit the last one? I'm going to go with Harry Barnes, and the last one will be by Trey Lyles.
I'm going to say Keegan Murray and Malik Monk.
Murray and Monk, first and last. All right, now we're looking for 2 guys in the starting lineup that it's kind of hit or miss for Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter. So we're looking at those 2 individuals' point totals for Barnes, point totals for Huerter. So for Barnes and Huerter, for Harrison Barnes, I got him for a solid 11, and for Huerter, I have him for 14.
I've got 12 for Barnes and 18 for Huerter.
Oh, all right, for Red Velvet. And last, but certainly not least, let's not call Barnes Harry, please. Okay. Random stat. Something different, something odd, something weird that might happen. Chris called his last one, said that Keegan Murray would catch a body. He certainly did that. It was one of the better dunks of the year. And I know he went over to the bench. Maybe when they get back, we'll find out, because Malik is like the resident dunk grader. He said something to Malik that totally broke him up in laughing. So I don't know what Keegan would have said there, but I'm curious about that.
Oh, great, that one.
Yeah. Great, that one, you. Trey Lyles is my random stat. He will be the bench's leading scorer tonight.
I'm going to say Kevin Huerter will have 4 threes or more, maybe 6 to get that 18.
I know. I was thinking, he's not getting to the free throw line. Huerter 4 or more threes. Okay. There we go. We've made our predictions for tonight. Maybe we'll include Brendan when he comes in here. He'll be in here for our next segment in the final hour. We'll lead things off with him, get a lot more on the Kings. Kind of, are they that team that's feared? And seemingly they're not, which I get. And how can they get there? Or can this team still get there? What's the latest going on with De'Aaron Fox as well? Because Sacramento is, I'd said this before, after today's game in Minnesota, for what it's worth, I do think the schedule softens up a bit. Far more games at home. We deem that as softening up. The Kings haven't been as good at home as I would have liked, but they have an open weekend. Next week's schedule is Chicago at home on Monday at Golden One. They play a Lakers, which is seemingly now a pretty big game, Wednesday in Los Angeles. Remember, the Lakers getting ever so close to the Kings. And then back home for a 6-game homestand with San Antonio and Victor Wembanyama here on the second night of a back-to-back, followed by a couple days off, and then Houston. So the week ahead has Chicago, LA at LA, the Lakers, San Antonio, and Houston. Some teams that are 3 teams of the 4 below 500, and a Laker team that's really up and down. It's kind of the night you get them. Like last night, the Lakers got through the Wizards, but they needed overtime to do it. And, the Lakers can show you some good moments, but they really have been up and down. The Kings have played them well this year and played them well, I would say, in recent years. But we'll see how that goes. There's still that really, really weird stat that's out there that Domantas Sabonis is, I want to say now 9-0 lifetime against Anthony Davis, which is bizarre, but it still counts. It's a stat when you're looking for metrics that, benefit a player over another. Like if we're talking about all NBA teams down the line, is it Sabonis or AD? Some are going to pick AD for his combo of offense and defense. Sabonis's offensive numbers and overall well-rounded game have been ridiculous. That would be superior to a guy like Anthony Davis. But that'll be something that'll be judged. But the point being is, after tonight, the road games the Kings have left after tonight, you have the Laker game. There's just 8. Toronto, Washington, Orlando, and another 3-game trip out east in the middle of March. And the beginning part of April, they go to New York, Boston, Brooklyn, and OKC. That one will be pretty tough too. But more home games, some below 500 teams. The Kings are 15-5 against teams below 500. We know the games they've let slip up, but they can't have that happen anymore. And which on a night-to-night basis, which we'll also do that later on in the next hour, of the other games to watch from the top 10. There could be some benefit for the Kings tonight in the standings, but it's first and foremost, can they take care of their own business and beat a team like the Minnesota Timberwolves? All right, we will step aside here.
Good at business.
Where did that one come from? Oh, take care of business. Got it. I was like, wait, we didn't mention our guy Kelly Brothers.
Working overtime.
Yes. When we come back in our final hour, like we said, we'll have Friday fun and games, what to watch. But next, Brendan Nunes, Sactown Sports Kings Insider, will join us. That is coming up here on Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Tennis event of the year, the Netflix Slam, on March 3rd at 12:30 p.m. Pacific. Join 22-time Grand Slam champion and tennis legend Rafael Nadal as he takes on world number 2, Carlos Alcaraz, and witness a tennis showdown like never before. This live Netflix sports event promises unparalleled tennis action, so don't miss the thrill. Mark your calendars for March 3rd, 12:30 p.m. Pacific. It's Game, Set, Match on Netflix.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, I'm loving my new EQS SUV. It's the most amazing car I've ever had. In fact, when I'm on the road with the Kings, I can't wait to come back just to hop in that EQS SUV. It's lovely. Now, if you've been on the fence about purchasing your first fully electric vehicle, I'll just say this. Schedule a test drive and see for yourself what makes these vehicles so incredible. Right now, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is offering up to $10,000 in incentives on new 2023 and 2024 Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles. You'll also receive a wall box home charger and 2 years of prepaid vehicle maintenance if you purchase or lease any Mercedes-Benz electric model. So head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, just 30 minutes from Sacramento, right off I-5, online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Discover your dream home at Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. A talented team of home services experts is ready to make your projects a breeze. No more endless internet searches. Find your contractors in one place. Enjoy stress-free service absolutely free, with no hidden costs and no account to set up. Transform your living space into something extraordinary. Visit Subcontractors United today and experience the joy of hassle-free home improvement. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael.
Better, but not quite back with us. Brendan Nunes, our Sactown Sports Kings insider in studio.
Oh,
how did this happen?
I decided I should wake up early a little every once in a while. You know, you're inspiring, Jason. I gotta try to keep up a little bit.
Early. What's early for you? 7:38.
I mean, it's still early.
Yeah, it is.
To
early
be honest, yeah, I'm a night owl. I feel like that's kind of the nature of it, which is why you're just unbelievable.
Well, I am a night owl in general. I have to be. Like we have to be. But yeah, the morning stuff is weird.
Yeah,
it's weird. I still marvel every morning. Get on here. We have, I don't know, decent amount of people that are here waiting to listen to the show at 6. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Why are you awake?
Right.
What do you do with your life?
Well, I'm up and at it.
You are, and we appreciate you being here. We got a lot to discuss today. I wanted to ask you this. We'll start here. We just did a 3 in the Key, which is predictions on tonight's game. So I want to add you to our list. So the first category we are looking for tonight is the first basket scored by the Kings and the last one. What would be your prediction for tonight? Who makes the first hoop? And just so you know, I said Barnes, the last one Lyles. Chris said Murray and Monk for first and last.
Yeah, first one, let's go Sabonis.
Okay.
For the first one.
Because we still don't know at the moment about Fox, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Still unsure.
So I think we're all hedging our bets there.
Totally. Yeah, it seems like I'd imagine he'll go through pregame
like he
did last game, and we'll see.
Okay. So last one could be an indicator whether you think it's close
I know I'm
or
a little
not.
tempted to pick like a deep bench player.
Yeah.
Let's go with
in a negative way, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Let's go with Malik.
Okay.
Let's go with Malik.
So we got 2 Monks to finish there. All right. How about 2 guys in the starting lineup that are up and down this year, Barnes and Herter? They've been a little better lately, I guess, but point total for Barnes and point total for Herter tonight.
For Barnes, I think we're going to go 9.
Okay.
For Herter, we'll go 15.
15. Okay. And then the last one is I knew we'd get the 3 in the Key music. Random stat. So I went with Trey Lyles will be the leading bench scorer. Chris said that Herter would hit 4 or more threes today. So something different, an odd prediction you're going to make for tonight.
Okay. Let's go. Malik Monk will have 2 blocks.
Oh, okay. And usually those are probably pretty emphatic and good ones.
They are. Yeah. They might be fouls, and hopefully we get a coach's challenge in there or something to help me out.
Still counts. There you go. Quick version of 3 in the Key. So what do you think about Fox tonight? Just kind of give it a go and see if he can play?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a competitor. I think if he can, as long as he gets the okay, he's going to go out there, as long as there's no issue of potentially, worsening anything or re-aggravating or anything like that. But after the Miami game, when it happened, he kind of banged knees in that, I believe it was 3 minutes left in the second quarter. It might've been the first, finished the game, only hobbled for maybe next couple possessions, really went out there and finished. And after the game, he said he was fine. He just kind of banged knees, but he's never really going to tell us. Like I said, he's a competitor. I think he's going to try to go, but it's really, there's no way to really know. But Minnesota's dealing with the same thing with Ant.
Yeah, and he did play in the last game that he played. He missed the one before that, or left the one before that. We do know I think Kyle Anderson will be out tonight, but from 42-40 to 42-17, that's ridiculous. Their turnaround.
They started 17-4,
yeah,
I believe this year. And I've been watching more of the top 4 of the West recently, trying to make sure, who's potential postseason matchups. And you look at Minnesota, man, and it's like, this is a championship roster.
Yeah.
Really, every guy that comes on the floor, you see Nickeil Alexander-Walker come off the bench, elite defender. Kyle Anderson can do the same. Monte Morris, they just traded for. Every single guy that comes on the floor, Naz Reid is almost like a 6, 8, 9, however big he is, Malik Monk in a way, sometimes out there. They have absolutely, I feel like, a championship roster, elite defense. They can be a little bit sloppy offensively, though. They turn the ball over. I think that would really help the Kings in this one. The Kings are good at forcing turnovers, sort of mucking the game up, try to get out in transition on the other end. So to me, the big thing to watch is if De'Aaron's out there, I think the Kings will be able to score. That's a big if, but I think their offense is good enough that they're able to do that. To me, the end to watch is Minnesota's offense compared to Sacramento's defense, where both kind of had some struggles.
Yeah, and, they've kind of finally figured out that, Towns didn't play that much last year. In fairness, he was hurt, but the Gobert-Towns kind of tandem, and if that parallels the last 2 games at all, Brendan, where I thought Miami could throw a couple of different bigs or at least post-up guys that bother. They were seeking out Barnes and Herder and Monk, and whether it's Jaime Jaquez or Kevin Love or Bam, like they had too many post-up guys. And then Jokic and Gordon in the dunkers, the 2 bigs that can function offensively looks like trouble for the Kings to me.
It does, but I think there's both sides, right? The Kings have to deal with their size, but also at the same time, Karl-Anthony Towns has to run through screens, chase Harrison Barnes around, and as I'm talking, maybe I should have given him more than 9 points. But I think that's a big aspect here is that it really does play both sides, and Karl-Anthony Towns has adjusted a lot offensively. He's going to be trouble, but at the same time, his shot selection, I think sometimes can be things that you could live with a little bit. And I think Harrison Barnes does a good job battling, sort of getting into bigger guys like that. So I do think it'll be challenging for Sacramento on defense, but at the same time, Cat chasing through screens, like I'm saying, I think is an area of advantage for the Kings.
So when the Kings defeated Denver going into the break, I loved that win. Came out of the break, beat San Antonio. And then when they backed it up with the win against the Clippers, I think that was the first time I felt this year. I said, you know what? They might be able to do something in the playoffs. And I don't want to say because there's been other times they've played well this year, but I'm like, all right, we're getting later. It looked like just a different focus and intention. I'm like, yeah, this group could. And then the last 2 games happened and I went, well, did they just fool me? Or this really feels like the year. It's just, what night is it? And you go, that's a good version. The other one, they're not very good.
It's been the thing all season long. Like you said, I was just listening on the way in. Kevin Herder went on a podcast recently, Evan Turner, Iguodala, and he's talking about it too. He's like, it doesn't really make sense. We beat Denver 3 times this year, and then we lose at home to the Hornets or the Pistons, and it doesn't make much sense. And sometimes you do have to point to effort a little bit, or I don't love the word effort because it's not like these guys aren't trying, but more so like engagement.
Yeah.
Right. It's on these closeouts that keep getting talked about, the poor 3-point defense. Kings give up the worst 3-point percentage in the league. It's knowing where you're going to rotate before it happens and being proactive with it rather than reactionary. And that half a second difference makes everything in the NBA. And I think that's more so what we're talking about when it's like quote unquote effort.
Yeah.
Right. So I think there's definitely variance there. And also, I still think this team is as good as their offense takes them. They're so much better when they put up 120 plus, and the shots need to be going down. And sometimes I think that there's almost a little bit too much of an emphasis on improving the defense, that it could be harming the offense a bit. And I get that that's a postseason thing.
Yeah.
I understand why Mike Brown's doing that, but I do think there has been kind of pros and cons with that this year, but you really don't know what you're getting on any given night. And I was hoping post All-Star break that after those 2, okay, now you need some momentum. It's all about who's playing the best basketball at the right time.
Yeah.
And we're still going through some of these inconsistencies.
Yeah, and I totally understand the thought process by the organization and the team. Like if the group is back, they've got to be better defensively. Get that as a blanket statement. But I'm with you on the rest of the league is caught up offensively, and where they were special was offense. And I still think that's the best thing they do. So, what the argument is, if they played good enough defense with a good offense, is that the best version, or could they be elite again offensively and get by defense? Like, what would be better suit them? And I'm kind of leaning towards the offense.
I am too, but
without ignoring, you can't ignore the defense.
Right. I don't know that there's a right answer between the two. I think ultimately both answers, you're probably a second round team at best.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. But I don't really know what the answer is. And I do think that Mike Brown and in general, this organization should be more focused on the future rather than this year. Not to say that this year doesn't matter, but some of it is about development. If you're demanding this defense, that's going to matter more. That'll carry over into next year when you make your roster upgrades. That'll maybe help the offense, and both of those can kind of coexist. So I definitely lean towards you too, but I understand where Mike Brown's coming from in, moments like Kevin Huerter after last game clearly wasn't very happy with his minutes. He said, I wish I could have been out there more. And there's 15 times this year he's played less than 20 minutes compared to 6 last year. And I think that's the defense offense thing to me. Chris Duarte starting earlier in the year. And I get it. Miami picked on Kevin Huerter.
They did.
Jaime Jaquez just ISO, and those are tough shots. Like Kevin's not doing a horrible job, but he's the weakness defensively. And so I get going in a different direction sometimes, but what are you sacrificing here? And I lean a little bit more towards you, but I get it.
Yeah. And, I think they're still this late into the season too, kind of trying to figure that out, the best combination of what everyone can provide, but yet Mike Brown, again, and it's not like it's completely broken. That's the weirdest thing about this year. 33-25 would have been great last year. It's just this year that's 8th, and with the Warriors and Lakers right behind them right now.
Yeah. And I think what you're getting from Sabonis nightly. Mm-hmm. There's some nights where maybe there's probably like 5 games this year at most, right? He's as consistent as it gets.
Yeah.
De'Aaron, a little more variance.
Yeah.
But still, what you're getting.
Yeah.
At least as a baseline.
Yeah.
After that, you don't really know who you can rely on consistently. Eventually, they want it to be Keegan Murray, and I think you see nights like that. I think tonight's a big night for Keegan. I think the mid-range is going to be really important with Gobert in the paint. Keegan showing that off a little bit more, especially with De'Aaron not there. But you look at Keegan, like I said, a little inconsistent, which is year 2. It's fine. That'll get better in time in my mind. Malik Monk might be the favorite for 6th man of the year. He's been kind of inconsistent as well on nights where he does not have the same offensive production. Sacramento struggles, or Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes. You asked me to predict their scores. It's like there's so much variance that could go on here. So a big thing for me is after De'Aaron and Domas, I don't know who I feel comfortable saying this guy's going to produce tonight.
Yeah. And that's a problem for the team too. And I know you had said a while back when we were talking about the trade deadline and would the Kings make a move, I remember you were on and you gave a good example of a team like Denver that kind of, did moves around the edges over a couple years while identifying basically the core of the Joker with Murray and then Porter. And it's like, that's the group. And we'll find the others that kind of fit. And ultimately it turned into Gordon and turned into KCP, and they won a championship. I think Minnesota's done that a little bit. They drafted Ant. They knew that was the guy. They already had Towns, and the trade for Gobert, Conley kind of solidified it. And then these other pieces that wouldn't wow you one by one, but together you're like, that's it. I really wonder, to me, it seems like it's obviously Fox and Sabonis and likely Keegan. And then it's almost kind of up for grabs, would you say, going forward?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the Minnesota comparison's great. Everybody's been pointing to Denver all year, myself included. And recently I started doing the same. I'm like, Minnesota kind of did the same thing. And they got so much flack for the Rudy Gobert trade.
I was one. I didn't like it.
I absolutely was too. I remember at Summer League, after it happened, before they even played a game, everybody being like, why in the world?
Yeah.
And even 1 year in, but a little bit of patience, it's like, okay, this might be okay. And, the deal still might not end up being great. It's still very TBD, but they did the same thing. And you look at the depth, right? You look at Davion Mitchell compared to Monte Morris, or Chris Duarte compared to Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Alex Len compared to Naz Reid. Like, these consistent, reliable upgrades, I think, on that bench unit make a big difference. And even the consistencies of, you mentioned Mike Conley, say, compared to a Kevin Huerter, right? Or you could throw Jaden McDaniels, I guess, is the Keegan equivalent. And there's just the Kings. It is a process. And I think that those two teams are ones that you can look at and kind of see where the Kings are at early in it. And to go back to the Denver one, current Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes sound a lot to me like Will Barton and Paul Millsap from a couple years ago for Denver.
Yeah.
So it's a process.
Yeah.
And I do overall think that the state of the franchise, we're talking long-term roster construction, they're in a good spot.
Yeah.
They have flexibility. You have some core pieces. It's just complementary or improving the complementary pieces.
Yeah. And the offseason, this last offseason, wasn't that drastic, right? Who's new? JaVale, Sasha,
Chris,
Duarte, but it's not an overhaul. where this next one feels like there needs to be more movement. I mean, it has to be different.
Yeah, I mean,
to some extent, you know what I mean? Not like a full teardown by any means, but if you have those three that we identified, and maybe there's going to be some others that are still here, but there's got to be some new blood, I think.
I definitely expect them to be aggressive. I think they were aggressive last deadline and last offseason too. They also are extremely patient, patient to the point where I think the fan base can get a little bit agitated. And my deadline before I'm like, you really need to do something, I think is honestly next trade deadline. And again, I would like it to be this offseason. I think that would be more beneficial. But if you don't see something you love, complimentary pieces, sure, right? Maybe some sixth guy, 6 to 8. You could go trade a couple seconds, try to go get a guy, or use your MLE, for example. But when it comes to who is the next, who's going to be the fourth guy on this team, the assets that you use for that are going to handicap you to the point where that better be the guy.
Yeah.
So if you don't fully believe in something this offseason, then I'm okay with waiting till the deadline, but you might have your back up against the wall a little bit. I'm really looking at the Keegan Murray timeline of when he gets his extension. By the time he's on that deal, you better have a new contract in there already, just for financial reasons to make this all work. And so I'm willing to give it till next deadline. I don't want to necessarily wait that long and don't think it'd be the most ideal, but it has to be the right guy when we're talking about the big swing. You could still do some of those small other ones.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like even when the Kings were rumored, like for a guy like Siakam, like, ooh, that'd be intriguing. But then I kind of went down that road and went, well, he would be better for this team, but would it be the move? Like, is that, because that's pretty much the move. Like you're going that and saying, this is the group. Let's see if this is enough. And immediately those thoughts start coming to your mind. That's a tough decision for Monty and crew.
Yeah, it's an easy way to sort of backtrack you, and things happen quickly. You know, I said a lot at the deadline, like the wrong move is a lot worse than no move. And you never know who's going to become available in the NBA. Like Lauri Markkanen didn't seem very available, or well, maybe for a boatload of picks, but that could change this offseason. Could Cleveland have another disappointing year and Evan Mobley becomes available, you know, or say Miami is out in the first round or doesn't out in the play-in, does Jimmy Butler become available? Now, these are all sound like crazy hypotheticals, but the NBA changes so fast that you never know. So I think keeping your asset chest ready, available, and just try to jump on an advantageous situation where somebody wants to be relocated makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I think there's probably 4 teams in the West, I would say. I feel like the Lakers, Warriors, Clippers, Suns are kind of in an all-in to win this year, and they obviously all can't, and maybe none will. What do they do if, you know, it's a first-round exit or a play-in exit or whatever, even whatever round exit? When you're all in and you don't get there, that's a tough spot to be in too.
Right, or like everybody loved Royce O'Neal at the deadline, myself included. He's been great for Phoenix. What if he's able to come over on the MLE?
Yeah.
You know, for example, and then you have him long term, and Phoenix was the one that looks a little weird for giving up assets for him. So, yes, I do think that these other teams are on a quicker timeline. For the Kings, everybody's locked up 3+ years except Malik Monk, which is a big TBD this offseason.
For sure.
But I think they have decent odds to bring him back. So there's not a reason to hurry quite yet, like some of these other squads.
In the last segment, I was talking about something Sam Amick told me yesterday about, you know, the Kings, again, kind of the blanket statement. They're good, not great, kind of where they fit in the West. He goes, I just think they're not feared. And I said, no, that's probably true. I don't know that anybody fears Sacramento, but I know you had done a piece earlier on Sactown Sports about potential playoff matchups. So if they get to where they want to, who do you think would give them the best chance, as you see it, to see a second round?
Yeah, I'll say on the other side, I definitely agree with Sam. I don't think anybody's scared of the Kings.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, I don't think the Kings are scared of anybody. I
would agree with that.
They think that when we're playing our best basketball, we can beat anybody.
Which is a good, they should think that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's an important aspect of this. A lot of teams, I think more teams than people realize go into a series thinking, God, we got no chance in this one. So they believe, and I think it's the team everybody's going to pick in that top 4. But I think it's OKC for me. You know, I don't see the same depth as I do with Minnesota, or maybe not Denver. Minnesota seems like one of the deeper teams in the league to me. But I think that the Sabonis and Chet matchup is really interesting to me. That both of those guys can take advantage of each other offensively. That's the type of guy that Domas has and does play well against. The more lengthy but thinner guards that he can kind of body. And then on the other end, OKC is going to play 5 out and try to pull Sabonis out of the paint. But I think that matchup is advantageous for the Kings. And I think that De'Aaron Fox can keep up with SGA.
I agree.
I think that those guys are a lot closer caliber than maybe what a lot of gets talked about. And the lack of experience, I hate using that, but I do think that it plays a part here compared to some of these other rosters. I don't really want anything to do with Denver. That's the big no-go for me. Excuse me. I know they beat them 3 times. I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, this was the time they were fully healthy. And granted, the Kings weren't, but I think that was a slice of what it could be.
And the Kings defense is bad this year, to be honest. And Jokic will just absolutely pick you apart.
Yeah.
I don't want anything to do with that. Clippers, struggling a little bit, they still scare me. So the versatility, ability to abuse mismatches, which the Kings will have out there on the floor, whether that's Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes sometimes, Keegan Murray can struggle against some of those bigger guys at times. So I think in order of the one I would prefer to not from 1 to 4, I'd probably go OKC. And then Minnesota and the Clippers are about the same for me. And then Denver, no thanks.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's funny because a lot of people say, the Kings beat them 3. I'm like, don't look at that. Don't look at that. And one, who they were missing was significant. When their starters are together, Denver is lethal. The only thing I have a problem with Denver is their depth. When you get into a series, people are playing 40 minutes. There's days off. Like
they get killed when Jokic checks out the game, but we're talking about 6-8 minutes.
And now it
in
might
the
be
playoffs.
less, with those longer commercials. Like
True.
Malone will know if that's truly showing up, he'll shrink those minutes.
Totally.
Down. And then, I think they're going to do their part. The way the schedule lays out, it's going to get better, at least competition wise. This was a tough week, and that Miami game is still the killer, because I think if they got that one, Denver could have happened, and it's kind of fine. But now you're 1-2 on the week and underdogs tonight, and I think tonight would be a heck of a win if they got it. Like it's kind of changed the metrics, but just by losing to Miami.
And I think our feelings are going to change, like on a game by game basis.
It will.
They're 1.5 games out of 5th. They're also 1.5 games out of 10th.
Yeah.
And it really feels like every team in that range except the Kings is rolling right now. But all it takes is this one win against the 1 seed. And then you come home and you beat Chicago.
Right.
And all of a sudden we're feeling great.
Yeah.
And they could be sitting at 5th. And we're like, oh my gosh, maybe they're not going to be in the play-in.
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like a couple days ago, or, those 2 games after the All-Star break that you mentioned. And then now everybody's like, oh, they're going to be in the play-in, or are they even going to be hosting in the play-in, or they're going to be 9-10. And it's like, yes, these other teams are rolling, but it changes extremely fast.
It does. And last night, like the Lakers almost lost in overtime to the Wizards. So I've been like, oh, that's a terrible loss. They did.
OKC just lost to the Spurs.
They did. And that's a bad loss by double digits. So you're going with the Spurs that have 11 wins. And so I think we're going to do that every night, where you kind of go in expecting something, and if that doesn't happen, it's a disappointment for that team.
Yeah, and I think the reality is most teams in the West are dealing with that right now, or at least in that 5 to 10 grouping that we were kind of talking about, and then 1 to 4 in their own sort of race. But I think that's just the reality of where we're at this point in the season. I think that maintaining an internal belief and a cohesive locker room will be important moving forward, but roll with what you know. Like you have your system in place. At this point, I don't think that now is the time to try to finagle with all too many things. And we've seen that they can beat the good teams. So I think every team in the West is dealing with this. And if you ask me to predict where they're going to land in the play-in, I genuinely could not tell you.
Yeah.
It is all over the place. And with how up and down this team has been specifically, I mean, there's a world where they go on a win streak and end up 4th.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'd bet on it.
Right. I
but
would not.
It is still within the realm of possibility. And I don't think it's super unrealistic. So there's just going to be a lot of variance for sure. But a little 4 or 5 game win streak would be a big one here.
Yeah, they could use that. By the way, Chris Biederman is reporting he's got video of it. De'Aaron working out right now, going through the shoot around. So
there we go.
But he did do that the other day.
He did.
And ultimately did not play. But that to me is encouraging.
Yeah. And like you said, the fact that he also did after the last game, also encouraging. He's somebody that gets beat up a lot.
Yeah.
He had the shoulder issue pre-All-Star break. He has an ankle issue that he's been dealing with since probably his 2nd, 3rd year in the league when he had that grade 3. So having him healthy, I really think that the way the Kings win a playoff series is by De'Aaron Fox being the best player on the floor. So him healthy is probably priority number 1 for this team in my mind. So play it safe, but that is pointing to good signs.
Yeah, that's where, I mean, it's probably not going to be a scenario. I can't imagine this one happening, Brendan, where they can get to the last game 80, 81, 82, and they really can't change the stand. I mean, it's too close. I mean, if they were in a luxury, we're like, hey, De'Aaron can sit the last two just because they're locked into 6.
Right.
That would be great. I just can't see that scenario happening. They'd have to get into, because it's just too cluttered right now.
And of their 4 last games, OKC, New Orleans, and Phoenix on a back-to-back.
Those are home, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you got Portland to close the year. But OKC, New Orleans, and Phoenix on a back-to-back is going to be a big-time back-to-back to close the year.
Yeah. How are those not going to impact the standings, right? I mean, I just in one way or the other, for the Kings or for those teams. So people are going to be playing.
Totally.
Yeah. So tonight will be tough. My gut is saying tonight's going to be really tough for them to win.
Yeah. I mean, without De'Aaron specifically, if there is no De'Aaron, I can't really picture it. It would take a really big Keegan and Domas night in my mind. If they are out there, I think that forcing turnovers is going to be the big thing that helps you out scoring on their defense. That's great in the half court, and also just limit their offense a little bit. Karl Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards can get a little isolation heavy and not take the best shots, and they're good at making those, but try to force them into doing that and get some turnovers on the other end.
Yeah. How about
but I don't feel good about the game.
Yeah, but if he is there, then you think like, okay.
Yeah, maybe 40-60 in Minnesota's favor,
How about this question we had earlier in the show? I'd be curious. So the Kings don't play this weekend, which is pretty rare, pretty cool for us that cover this team on a regular basis. So if we did one of those rewatchables, you have to go back to kind of keep your juices flowing and watch one game from earlier this year to fill your weekend void. Which game would you pick? I hope it's not a loss.
No. Yeah, I'm like going to pick the Orlando double overtime game with no Paolo. No, I mean, the Keegan 47.
That's what I said.
Like, that
probably
was so one of the most fun games of the year.
Nowhere. I mean, not Keegan's capable of getting to 30, but the 47 was ridiculous.
In 11 threes in a row. Yeah. And I think the one thing I'd be interested to watch is, from my recollection, it was all within the flow of the offense. And one thing that I'm curious about with this Kings team is maybe sometimes you should not be so freelance and just run some set plays. But I'd be curious to go back and look at how aggressive was he and what were the ways that he got it within the flow.
Yeah.
But that game was amazing.
I think there was one I remember, and it's when he's on the heat. I mean, he's just going, and he kind of caught it in transition about 4 to 6 beyond the arc, but he was feeling it and just nothing but net. And you're like, oh my gosh, what is going on tonight?
It was ridiculous.
It was fun.
And it's just one of those signs of he is one of the best shooters.
Yep.
You're seeing him take a little more mid-range this year.
That dunk the other night. I still want to know what he said. When they come back to Monk, Monk's the team creator, and those two guys have a lot of fun with each other, and they're getting killed. But he said something that broke Malik, like made him laugh. So I go, what did he say?
I did not notice that one.
Yeah, it's when he went
we're going to have to catch it.
Malik's laughing. You're like, he must have said something. What else are you working on, you and Frankie, our insiders on Sactown Sports, stuff that we can follow coming up?
Yeah, definitely looking at these potential playoff matchups, these top 4 seeds, or even potential play-in matchups, and what the Kings need to do to sort of close out the rest of this season. But I think I'm about to write something a little bit about that Kevin Huerter interview. It was pretty good, I will say.
Yeah.
Andre Iguodala and Evan Turner.
Anything else? I mean, because that was the first time, and it didn't sound like Kevin was like, basically said, I thought I could have been out there more. Like, that wasn't like true vent or totally ticked off, but this team really hasn't said a lot about that kind of stuff, and that's the first time we've heard that.
Yeah, that was post-game. It was, I did kind of work to confirm a little. I do think it was like a sense of agitation that he wasn't playing, and no starters really played in that fourth quarter. Right. I guess Domas and Keegan played more than I understood personally, but that game specifically is not a great example, but I might have said this earlier, 15 times this year he's played less than 20, and that happened 6 times last year. Like, I get his frustration. He probably thought he found a new NBA home. Last year was great. He's the one that made up the name, the Beam Team, by the way, loved by the fan base. Everything's going great, and then you come into year 2, and it's like, all right, we're focusing on defense. There's a stretch where Chris Duarte's starting over him. He's got a shorter leash, and in every single trade rumor possible. So I get the frustration, but I also get Mike Brown's perspective of, we are trying to improve defensively, and this is the guy that teams target. So I think there has been like a slight, I guess, frustration with Huerter a little bit that you could kind of sense. But again, I think that's understandable, and I think that can be honed the right way. That doesn't necessarily mean, oh, this is affecting the locker room. Like, Kevin's getting in the way, nothing like that at all.
Yeah.
But it is, I do think it's something to note.
And those were kind of things he was saying a little bit from that podcast.
No, the podcast was kind of a different direction. He talked just a little bit about his general, like I didn't realize that how much he played baseball growing up and went to school with a couple twins that were drafted in the first round. If I knew more about baseball, I'd probably know the names better. But getting traded to Sacramento and kind of all that process was a little more big picture. He called De'Aaron Fox one of the 3 best point guards in the league.
Okay. I mean, again, on the night tonight, it's like, you know, you can make the stats an argument for him, but then other people would line up on, you know, it's kind of like what people say about Sabonis. This is one I was surprised. I looked at this. I think it was CBS Sports was picking their all NBA team. And I'm like, oh, without Joel Embiid, like Sabonis is a lock. They didn't have him in the top 3. And he made it last year. Yeah. They're putting guys like AD in there. And I mean, he's great. But I just thought, wow, how is Sabonis not in that this year? But it's tough.
I hope he makes all NBA because I thought he should have made All-Star.
Yeah.
And again, who's he replacing? I probably would have went like Paul George or AD's playing amazing. They're also a 10 seed, which I guess Kings are 8 right now. So I don't really, but he missed out on $1.3 million in not making the All-Star team. He's got the exact same 1.3 if he makes all NBA. He got both last year. I think he deserves to get at least one.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Brendan, thank you so much. Good luck on your picks.
And, keep my fingers crossed.
And we'll keep checking out. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. That's Brendan Nunes, Sactown Sports Kings Insider. Still to come Friday, fun of games tonight. What to watch in the Western Conference besides the Kings and the impact in the standings. We've got that coming up next.
On the move, got somewhere to be.
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball. The Sactown Sports app.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Get huge savings on our best selection of new Hondas during our Honda President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Your one-stop Honda shop.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to gawon'twait.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-6697 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free QuickBook today. 800-220-6697. That's 800-220-6697. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-6697. Again, 800-220-6697.
Welcome to the President's Day sale, happening now at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Celebrate with us and get huge savings on our giant selection. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. Stockton Honda.com.
Dr. Ken Howachek and kinesiologist Kelsey Graham discuss the Good Feet store.
Foot has a lot of detail. It has a lot of complexity. There's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of problems start in the foot and end up elsewhere. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. In aligning the feet properly, we can see relief elsewhere. And that's the beauty of the Good Feet Arch support. It can place the feet into their ideal position and gives them the balance, the support, the comfort, and the relief of the pain. The bottom line is that the Good Feet Arch support can be a highly effective pain relief solution when nothing else has worked.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Modesto, Stockton, and Vacaville for a free fitting and test walk.
Hagen Oaks is introducing the straightest, most forgiving Ping driver ever with the new Ping G430 Max 10K driver. A fixed back weight, Ping's largest head profile, and a carbon fly wrap crown help G430 Max 10K launch the ball higher with less spin for consistently longer and straighter results. Schedule your fitting and see for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue to Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
We're having our own fun and games here in studio. Friday fun and games. Oh, wow. We're coming up here in a few moments. That's, you know why, Chris? Why it snuck up on me? We're having a blast.
Told you.
Yep, that's what we said to do from the beginning. Thanks again to Brendan Nunes joining us, Sactown Sports Kings Insider.
It was okay.
Oh, no, it was great. We have landed on kind of the game to watch. Is either the Keegan Murray 47-point game or maybe the Warriors come back out on them in Malik's game winner. As games, if you had to rewatch one game to fill your Kings void of an open weekend after tonight's game against Minnesota, what would you watch? But if not, enjoy yourself. Have a blast this weekend. I think. Do we have more rain this weekend again? We're supposed to. Maybe I won't get stuck in the rain like I did yesterday out my walk. Farthest part away from the house and just boom, poured on.
Big match this weekend.
What do we got? Oh, tell us.
Sunday. Manchester City, Manchester United.
Where are you watching this?
I'm going to be watching it at the Manchester United bar.
Which is?
I don't know if I want to give that
Okay,
out.
don't give it up. I've got to.
If you know, you know.
I've got to believe. Is there a Man City bar?
No.
How do you know?
Because I would know.
Okay.
I've had a couple people ask me to start one, but I mean,
a Man United, Man City bar. You said there's only the Man United bar?
Yeah, it's a Man United Tottenham bar.
Okay. Oh, but you could be responsible for starting the City bar.
I've been asked to start it by a couple of people.
Uh-huh.
But that's like a lot of work. You have to go there every single weekend.
What makes it a lot of work?
You can't take your weekend off. Like if I'm going somewhere, like I've got to make sure that people are going to be there. And it's one of those things because like if you're a bar, you don't want to open at 7 a.m. for 2 people
Is the ambiance good at this place?
They're kind of jerks, but
I
like them.
Do you eat there?
They got food. I don't eat there, but they got food.
Drink?
You know it.
That early?
Of course.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Guinness tastes like coffee.
Gross. What to watch tonight before we get you to Friday fun and games in our final segment, and there will be a birthday element to it. That is our hint going into it. Tonight, of course, right here on Sactown Sports, you got the Sacramento Kings against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Also, of note, the top 10 in the Western Conference. You've got the Warriors in the back-to-back. They're at the Toronto Raptors tonight. Chris, we haven't done this yet. Let me do a quick check. What is your prediction on the Kings and Timberwolves point spread?
Minnesota was 7.5. So
Denver was.
Yeah, Denver was. So I'm going to say Minnesota 7.5.
Close. 6.5.
Really?
No love for the top seed, 42 and 17 Timberwolves. You got the Warriors at the Raptors. The Mavericks are at the Celtics. So there's an opportunity there for Sacramento. Obviously, if the Kings can win tonight and Boston beats Dallas, the Kings would leapfrog ahead of them. You've got the Pacers at the Pelicans. They have played a home and home. This one is in New Orleans tonight. That one will be tipping off at the same time as the Kings. And the last one, the Wizards at the Clippers. You know, I don't know that we know. Well, I guess maybe we're poking fun at Marvin Bagley. They better not beat the Kings when they face them. I can't believe Marvin Bagley's individual record this year, playing all those games that he played for the Pistons and then the Wizards. He is just on a horrific regular season record in the games he's played this year. Baseball, any curiosity in spring training, you can get that covered with the Royals and A's and the Giants versus the Rangers. All right, it's that time. Friday fun and games. Let's close out the week with some fun style here. We'll have that celebrity birthday edition. You'll get the explanation of that coming up next on Sactown.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys, live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus, view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rate 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes. Better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
916-520-9990 now.
Country in the Park is back. May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Coors Light, Garner Roofing, and Rockville Kitchen and Bath.
Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than freshly baked and home-delivered crumble cookies.
We have finally made it to Friday.
Let's end your week the right way with Friday Fun and Games
on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
That was a shorter break, but we're ready to go. At least C-Dub is. Chris Watkins in studio. Here comes Big Al.
Hey, Sizzle.
Hey, Sizzle. Hey, Sizzle or Big Al? Are you good with C-Dub?
No. But
Okay,
that's
well,
fine.
then I'm not doing that.
Well,
I'm
that's
not
never
doing that.
stopped. It stops bosses in the past.
Yeah, that's not. It's not.
Well, I appreciate
I did hear that story, and I didn't like it.
It was just not something I'd been called before.
Okay. Just when it came up the other day, I had a link.
Yeah.
If it's not acceptable.
No, Jay Rizzle.
I mean, it
How
does
about
fit.
C-Watt?
No, that's great.
That's great.
C-Watt over C-Dub.
I
I
think
mean, you
C-Watt.
guys are literally like that was my childhood nickname.
I think
That's
C-Dub's
what I was
better
saying.
than C-Watt.
Well,
C-Watt,
talk to my
100
family
watt.
about it.
C-Watt, 100 watt.
If he doesn't like it,
Light bulb. Oh no, what's this?
that's our Friday Fun and Games. The birthday grid. You guys ready? We're just going to jump into it today. We've got a grid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 35 names. These are people either having a birthday today or this weekend. And let's pick a number between 1 and 10. I got the number in my head. Alan, what's your number? What's your
4.
guess? Chris?
Neymar Garcia-Parra, 5.
Alan was the closest, so we'll go Alan, Chris.
Wait, which Chris?
C. Watt, Verlad. This first round, and this is all brought to you by our friends at Crumble Cookies, Celebrity Birthdays. Oh, we get the music too. For a Friday Fun and Games version of this, birthdays are made to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than Crumble Cookies. So, round 1, you're trying to guess closest to the exact birth date. If you get it, you get 3 points. If you miss by as many years off, then it's a minus, and you're trying to be closest to positive or 0.
I feel good about today.
So we're going to keep
I like
the
these
list.
names.
Maybe I won't even read the names. You'll be able to guess. Alan, since you are first, you are on offense in round 1. Of the 35 names that are there having a birthday either today, tomorrow, or Sunday, pick your person that you think you are going to be most accurate on.
I think I will do. I think I'll do. I regret this, but I think I'll do Bieber.
Justin Bieber celebrating a birthday. What is your guess for Biebs?
My guess for Biebs is 27.
Okay, 27. Keep our score down here. Alan, you are -3.
He's 24?
He's 30.
Oh, wow. 24. I did not. Wow.
Okay, so Justin Bieber off the list. C. Watt,
Yes.
Chris Watkins. You have the rest of the field to pick the one you think you're most comfortable with.
I'm going to go with Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. How old is Tatum?
I'm going to say today is
Remember, you get +3 if you're exactly right.
yeah, it's either he's 25 or 26. We knew Luca, I believe, turned 25, and Halliburton was 24 the other day.
Or 6. Yeah. Leap day. Anyway,
Don't help him. I'm going to say Jason Tatum is 26 years old.
26. Jason Tatum is 26.
Oh.
+3. A 6-point lead already over Big Al. Let's go for Chris Verlad. You're on offense here. You can pick whoever you'd like.
Jessica Biel is turning 42, and you can just give me the points.
Jessica Biel is turning 42. He says it with confidence. Jessica Biel is turning 42.
Oh my God!
+3.
What? That's the one that you're just
stunner. Let's do another round of offense. Alan, you're the only one in the negative at the moment, but you're not out of this by any means. Great. Is it the hat?
Probably.
I don't know.
Your brain's too warm.
Let's go with this is another. Yeah.
You don't have to make it hard.
I'm not certain on any of them. I'm going to go Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. Okay, how old is Tyreek Hill?
31.
31. Good guess. Only -1. He's 30. So there you go. Alan, very
Both
well done.
30s.
Yes, gotcha.
Huh.
You're at -4. C-Watt.
Man, I wouldn't think Justin Bieber and Tyreek Hill are the same age.
Me neither.
Yeah. A bunch of names still left on this list.
I'll pick Tua.
Tua Tagovailoa. What do you
Yeah,
got?
I'll say Tua's 25.
Tua is 25. Very close. -1. He's 26.
Wow.
Okay.
Good. Jason Tatum.
Chris Verlad. On our celebrity birthday list, on our grid, what you got?
Mark Paul Gosselaar turns 50, and you can give me the points now.
Wow, he says that with
I don't know
confidence.
who that is.
You don't know who that is?
No.
Wow.
You
Zach
know who
Morris
Zach
from
Morris
Saved
is.
by the Bell.
Yes.
I don't know who that is.
Screech.
Well, in the same show. Yes.
Zach
Well
Morris
done.
is Screech.
Mark Gosselaar, what did you say, Chris? 50. Was 50 and give you the points? How about we give you the points? He has 50.
What?
Chris Verlaud at
least
six.
At least
You can see
Chris Watkins.
You can see what my childhood was doing of seeing people's birthdays that I liked when I was a kid.
All right. Well, here's where it gets interesting.
That's right. Now I have a chance.
Now let's play some defense.
Okay.
That's right.
Alan, I'm going to give you the opportunity to tell me who you want to give the opponent to.
Yeah.
The name to.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris, but I got to
Which
do it.
Chris?
Oh, I get to choose.
Yeah.
Well, we need to knock him down.
Yes,
well,
we do.
Now this gets. Oh, I know where to go.
But you can only get hit. I mean, you're the first opportunity. Like if you pick Chris Verlaud, Chris Watkins will have to pick you.
That's fine.
Do I have to?
That's fine. I'm going to go with. Wander Franco
For
Chris Verlaud.
Okay.
This is where it gets tough. Is he old? Juan DeFranco. 40?
40. Okay. Alan.
That's how it's done.
Excellent choice.
That is how it's done.
Chris got hit with a sledgehammer. Minus.
Oh, I was thinking of. Okay.
You were thinking, I know who you're thinking.
Julio Franco.
Yeah. Minus 17.
That's how you do it.
Oh,
Game
yeah.
changer.
That's how you do it.
See, you're supposed to say it's not Julio Franco when you're doing the birthday.
All right. So, C-Watt, you have to give one to Alan then.
Okay.
Come on.
By the way, Chris Watkins, you are in first place right now at the moment.
Well, you didn't need to publicize that. We'll go with
But Verlaud's getting you next, just so you know.
yes. So I got to play a little bit of defense here myself, and I'm gonna
You guys
go.
are partners.
I'll go with Phil Swift.
Come on, man.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Taylor's dad.
Do you guys want to hit? I think it's fair.
You can't say that. You can't tell anybody who he is.
Okay. I put this
Somebody
one on
just got
because
minus
I laughed.
17.
Do you know who it is, Chris?
No.
Is it not Taylor Swift's dad?
Not that I know. Okay.
I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna go in the middle and pray. I'm gonna say 58.
58. Prayers are pretty good for you. Minus 5.
All right.
That's definitely doable.
Now, Verlaud, bury him.
Phil Swift.
Bury
Phil
him.
Swift is a guy you guys probably see all the time on television. He's the Flex Seal, the guy that does
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I've always wanted to get that.
Yeah. I just laughed. I saw that guy's birthday. I'm putting that on there.
All right, C-Dub.
Bury him.
Tell us how old Julie Bowen is.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Julie Bowen. I don't even see that. Is that on this list?
Yeah,
Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that?
Left side in the middle.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that name is screaming like a 52.
God.
Chris, be careful in there. Good job. Well done. 54.
Yeah,
Minus
that's right.
2.
That's
She's
right.
from the show Modern Family.
Yep.
She was in Happy Gilmore.
She was.
Yep.
And
So
also Horrible Bosses.
Me too.
let's revisit this after 3 rounds. Alan, you're at minus 9. C Watt is at even. And Chris Verlaud minus 11. Minus 11. All right, now we're going to go offense again, but from last to first. So, Chris Verlaud, you get to go first.
Oh, I don't like that. Let's go with Chris Martin.
Okay.
He is 42.
All right. He is turning 47. Minus 5 for you. All right. Alan, you're in second place currently, so you get to go on offense and pick someone from the grid. Celebrating a birthday today, tomorrow, or this weekend.
That's right. Right.
Or Sunday.
Let's see here. I'm going to go with tough one. I'm going to go with Cam Johnson of the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
And not that I'm very familiar, but I feel like I can be
close.
Close. I just think with an NBA player, 25 is always safe.
That's what you're going with, 25. All right. Cam Johnson is turning 28. Minus 3.
Really?
Yeah. That would surprise me a little bit too. C-Watt.
Yes, sir.
Close out this round with a offensive pick.
I'm going to go with Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase, wide receiver. Okay.
I'm going to say Jamar is turning 24 today.
Jamar Chase is turning 24 today. C-Watt +3. Nailed it. Wow. Okay. This next round.
It's awful quiet back there.
I thought you didn't want to publicize it. This next round is my choice. Alan.
Oh, come on. Can I tell you who to make Chris pick?
No. Alan, let's go. You know what we're going to do? We're going to have a theme to this round. If I pull, yeah, we will. This will be the football round. Alan, okay. Isaiah Pacheco.
Isaiah Pacheco is 26.
-1. He is 25. Well done. C-Watt.
Yes, sir.
Let's go with Sebastian Janikowski.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Seabass is 43.
Now he's confident. This is the most confident I've ever heard of him.
Come on.
He's what?
43.
-3 is 46. Play for long. Chris Verlaud. Let's go with Big Ben Roethlisberger.
Ben Roethlisberger is 44.
-2. He is 42. Okay, good job there, guys. We'll go back to another defensive round. Alan, we'll have you go first on this one. And you can pick for whoever you'd like.
Chris.
Watkins.
Yeah. Now that I know what he's going to try to do, I'm trying to think, all right, where should we go here? But I'm going to go with Yolanda Griffith.
Huh.
Big mistake.
Big Yo, we'll say she's 50 today.
I'm just praying that she's at least 60.
She's not. She's definitely not.
She is 54. -4.
I'll take that.
All right. C-Watt, you're
yeah.
For either one.
Yeah, I think I'll have Alan.
Wait, you know what? You have to give it to me.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'll give Chris Verlaud. We will give him our good friend Lupita Nyong'o.
She is 36 years old.
I can't find her on the list. Oh, there she is. What did you say, Chris?
36.
36. It is off by 5. 41.
Ooh.
Yeah, how about that? Chris Verlaud, now for Alan.
Okay, so to beat Chris, I need to get something Alan that he needs. He will get. And I think
there's one on there.
You will know how old is Mia Cabane.
Oh, thank you. But I know we know the vicinity.
Okay.
I'm not going to get burned by 30 again, so I'm going 30.
Okay, -3, 27.
27. Dang it.
All right, do we have time for the last round?
Yeah.
No or yes?
No.
Oh, all right.
Chris
Well,
wins.
yeah.
Should have had him take a roll to
C-Watt, you're a winner. How do you feel?
Feels great. Feels
Yeah.
super. I would like to say I didn't expect it.
We left off. Who do we miss? Who are you guys fearing? Luke Combs, John Bon
I wanted
Jovi?
to know how old. I wanted Chris to guess Bryce Dallas Howard.
I would too.
That would have been
love to guess
so.
that.
Is Ron Howard her dad?
Yeah.
They got the same birthday. Huh?
Yeah. Same weekend.
Should have went Jackie Joyner Kirsten.
No, that's just no idea.
Method Man,
Method Man is probably 52 now.
53. Well done. All right, these guys are coming up next. Styles and Watkins. Happy Friday. Right here on Sactown.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement.